there's destiny.
Haha! What a great and unique joke. This was another one of those games like Sonic Colors, for instance, where I didn't actually have the console required, but whereas I got a Wii eventually, thanks to titles like, Mario Kart, and Skyward Sword, and Super Smash Bros. Brawl, and Metroid Other M. Actually, I thought it was alright. Fuck. But with the Wii U, it was like, it was the Wii U. I mean, it's got some good games, of course. You've got the, your Super Mario 3D World, and you've got your Wind Waker, and you've got your Yoshi's Woolly World, and you've got your Sonic Boom. Actually, I thought it was no, that's not happening. My interest in Sonic Colors for the Wii slowly arose over time, also thanks to my time with Sonic Colors over the years, which is a pretty good game overall. But we have the game here today, under scrutinous eye, not the Wii U version, unfortunately, the PC version which was ported a few years later. And you know what that means? Bugs! No anti-aliasing! What am I playing? Minecraft? And of course, pre-rendered cutscenes that look like YouTube from 2005 because they couldn't be fucked re-rendering them!
Living in the city!
It's like a roller coaster.
Sonic Lost World? More like Sonic Longboard. This is another one of those games where Sega looked at the critical acclaim and success of Sonic Generations and just said, man, let's try something else. On the one hand, I applaud them for trying something new, and I will say there are several aspects in this game I really enjoy, which we'll get into later. But for some reason, they just scrapped everything after it bonked. It's what they always do. Make a game, try something new, didn't work. Let's not improve on it or refine it for the future. Let's just reinvent Sonic again. We all thought they'd learn from their mistakes when Generations came along, the refined experience from Sonic Colors and Unleashed. But then, Lost World! And then we thought they'd learned from their mistakes again when Forces was announced, but, you know. So it seems that somewhere in between Generations and Lost World, not only did Sonic Team forget how to do the boost formula, but they also forgot how to make a good game. I kid, of course, but Lost World is fucking weird. For some context, here's a graph of my overall enjoyment with Generations. The little blop right there is the final boss. Here's my time with Forces. The little blop right there is the whole game. And here's Lost Worlds. But unlike Sonic Generations or Sonic Forces, this game actually has decent writing.
They're gonna turn Tails into a robot. That's horrible.
Oh, no, sorry. I was thinking of Sonic 06.
Now you two better let Elise go, or else I'll do something I'll regret later. I'll use my fist, and I'll hit you. I'll be like, ugh.
Well,
Here we are.
and we've got some classic low-res textures for the menus. That's always a blast. Because it looks like Sonic Blast up in this bitch. I'm having a blast! So the game starts off with a wonderfully animated CG cutscene. Well, I mean, it's not like it's going to be live action, is it? Why are you still looking at me? Look at the cutscene, please. Wowzers, look at those fucking clouds! Those are some good clouds. So the game starts off with Eggman stealing a capsule of
Critters!
Sonic and Tails are, of course, there to stop him, and they want him to...
Drop them critters!
So in order to shake them off, he does just that. We've got Roger Craig Smith back as Sonic, of course, and Orbot and Cubot. I wrote Obot. And Cubot here, too, because we've got to have that comic relief. Eggman blasts gay-loved Sonic and Tails out of the sky, and they start hurtling towards the...
Lost Hex!
So what exactly is this Lost Hex? I mean, I don't know, tell me shit. So Sonic and Tails crash land... Oh, just here now, okay. There goes Tails by himself, alright. At least they tried making Green Hill Zone look different this time. So as I said before, Sonic Lost World is, Sonic Lost Weird. Sonic's natural running speed is not really very fast, is it? You can hold down the right bumper, or maybe it's the right trigger, I've got the feeling my controls are all messed up, to make Sonic run. It's really weird though. For some reason Sonic moves way slower when moving left or right, same for jumping. It's really disorienting when you mess up a jump because of it. I get that the levels are longer than they are wide, but why not just fine-tune the levels and controls so speed isn't an issue? Like in, I don't know, Sonic Generations? Sonic also runs real jankily. You'll find yourself having a hard time just moving in the direction you want to go. It's like 06's sensitivity but with none of the accuracy. It's really just odd using these kind of controls. It's literally just Super Mario 3D World with Sonic. I really don't know why they thought the run button was needed. It's probably because the controls weren't really all that refined. Sonic's legs also do the figure 8 thingy like in Sonic City and Brawl, although unlike in those games, Sonic legs aren't going nearly fast enough to warrant the inclusion. Honestly, look at this. Does it look like it needs this figure 8 spin to you? Sonic can also jump. The odd thing about being this is that he turns completely into a ball. No flashes of the real Sonic underneath like in the Adventure or Classic games, and it's not a bad thing or anything, it's just an interesting tidbit. Sonic can double jump again, like in Colors, something you all know I'm not fond of. Just give me the fucking air dash, come on! But unlike in Colors, Sonic is completely vulnerable when he uses it, which is pretty shit, to be honest. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but golly gee, it's sometimes a righteous pain in the bollocks. He can also homing attack with the double jump button, and this has been changed up the wazoo too. Now, for some reason, he can homing attack multiple enemies at once and also charge it up. Not to mention it now attacks in a big arc rather than homing straight at the enemy, which is odd. I mean, it's not bad or anything, it just looks kind of weird sometimes. He could also do the homing kick, something completely unnecessary, which is only here to make the game more confusing. It's actually here to add a bit of variety to the gameplay, but most instances it's just completely pointless. It's literally just a game of chance whether you'll need to use it or the homing attack 99% of the time. Sometimes you can easily destroy an enemy with a homing attack, and other times it'll just stun it, or sometimes— oh shit! The only instance of it being used well that I can remember is with the big pig lads. They send out bombs that can kick back to destroy them. I mean, it makes sense. But having the egg pawns only killable via the kick, when we've been destroying them for literal years with the homing attack, I mean, whose idea was that? Probably the same person who thought this was okay! The spin dash is back, now able to be used infinitely for some reason. It's somehow easier to control than Sonic when he's running, mainly due to it acting more like your Mach speed segmenting, something that oddly enough comes back for this game. And I actually really like the running animation here. If only Sonic moved his legs faster. In every Sonic game it seems he's just not moving them quick enough, with the exceptions of course being Sonic 1 to Mania and Unleashed for the Wii and PS2. I'm not kidding, look at this shit. Sonic can also bounce, something back from Sonic Adventure 2. Its use is limited, you only get 3 bounces, and after the third highest bounce, Sonic uncurls and is vulnerable to attacks. And you also can't kick or homing attack anything out of a bounce. You can hold down the bounce button when on the ground to make Sonic crouch though, and if you move around, Sonic will do that. Now, not only does Sonic have all these moves, but he's also got the new parkour system, something which is really never explained very well. Essentially, this means he can run on walls, run up walls, climb ledges, and vault over things. Something I learned from a fucking YouTube video, not the game itself. I'll be honest, I really like the wall running. I mean, it's fast, fluid, really fun to use. Running up walls, however, is a bit of a different story. Sometimes you'll make the extra height if you spin dash on it, and other times not. I mean, I think there might be invisible walls on these things, or maybe if you jump first, you can't get as high. It's not explained or mentioned in the game as to why this is, and quite frankly, it's annoying. The game doesn't want you getting to the special paths without going through the proper means first, and any thinking outside the box is quickly squashed, just like in Sonic Forces. And shut up about me going on about Forces. It's a good example of when I want to explain everything wrong with Sonic. There's also— fucking hell. I guess just how Sonic Team thought Generation succeeded because Classic Sonic was in it, so too did they think Colors was praised because the Wisps were in it. If you know me, you know I don't like the Wisps. Actually, no, I don't mind the Wisps themselves as an idea, I just don't like the way they're always implemented. In Colors, it made sense. The whole point of the game revolved around the Wisps. They were a bit janky and pace-breaking most of the time, but they worked for the most part. But because for some reason some people thought they were the best thing on the fucking planet, they've been in every mainline Sonic game since. Problem is, they've got no fucking reason to be. Even if we take into account that Sonic Team backtracked harder than JonTron when he said he was going to start making videos again about the whole Wisps leaving the planet forever by mentioning it briefly in a no longer available mobile game and a comic which came out literally years after Lost World was released, there's still no mention of them, hide or hair story-wise, in either Lost World or Forces. They're encapsulated, ready to save, but for some reason Eggman isn't using their power or mentioning them or even fucking throwing a sneaky sideways glance at one, like me sneaking a glance at a pair of big jugs. Those are some fantabulous fucking mother trucking jugs right there.
Thanks.
Here we have Laser, one of the old Wisps, coming back. I don't know whether it was just my controller, but it's really hard to aim accurately with this thing, and it's never as satisfying as it was in Colors. It's never fluid or fun. Every time you use a Wisp, the controls are shown to you, and every time you exit a Wisp's form, it shows you another message telling you the power is depleted. I mean, no shit, Colors didn't do this. It just paused the screen for a bit to help you get your bearings, although I wish there was an option to turn that off. I'd love to have a fluid Wisp control without all the freezing. For example, Frenzy just instantly transforming, or Cube just stomping instantly where you are. Actually, the only Sonic game to use Wisps in any fluid way is Forces. See, I can say good things about Forces. So throughout Windy Hill, excuse me, did I just get hit by running into the side of the spikes? Throughout every fucking Sonic game, you can run into the side of spikes just fine. Why do you need to be so special? Throughout most of the levels, you can find animal capsules, each housing 10.
Critters!
You can jump on them to open them up just like in the classics, and you'll actually want to find them this time because they're the requirement for accessing future levels.
Yeah, I'm sorry, mate. I'm gonna need some proof that you've been saving the animals before I let you through here. Oh, alright. Oh, yeah, mate, sorry. I'm gonna need to see proof of at least 45 animals that you've saved. Yeah, the world's ending, you know. Like, I don't have the time for this. Yeah, nah, mate, there's... I'm sorry, just all of the rules and regulations that I've set myself this very morning they just don't allow you to get through here. Then what am I meant to do? Well, I mean, you could always play Green Hill. So it's just
Windy
Green
Hill.
Hill.
I mean,
Windy Hill. I said Windy. I said Windy. No,
you said it. You said it.
No.
You said it first. No. There's no bloody creativity.
Just fucking go.
I'm getting out of here. So Windy Hill is essentially Green Hill in the sky with windmills, and that's all there is to it, really. Just imagine if Mario Galaxy went from planets to penises. There's also some cloud segments where you press the jump button to launch yourself into the air. I just thought I'd mention that. It's kind of its own thing. There's also a couple of different collectibles in this game. For one, the bell, which you find and touch multiple times for reward, and the bingo numbers, which are just called bingo numbers because that's what they were in Sonic Heroes, so please just let me have this one, which give you an extra life as you collect them all in the right order. You finish the level, of course, opening the animal capsule Eggman dropped in the first cutscene. Makes me wonder how the hell they lived on Impact. Those are some hardy fucking
Critters!
Also, where are they meant to go now? Or are they just expected to live on the sphere, floating in the sky for the rest of their lives? Well, I mean, they could probably jump off at any time and still be perfectly fine when they hit the ground. I mean, if they can survive this, they can survive that.
Oh, why can't I catch this Pikachu? I'm gonna Pokemon Go to the punishment room.
Did you just make a Pokemon Go joke in 2018?
I'm sorry, Dad. Top of the morning, you ladies.
So here comes Knuckles and Amy, and it turns out they aren't on the Lost Hex. They're seemingly back on planet Minecraft. What the fuck? And it looks like they're here story-wise because, So Amy asks Sonic in a shrill, grating falsetto of a voice whether he saved the animals or not, to which when Sonic says just the one that Eggman dropped, which... Alright, she shrieks.
Save the rest of them!
It's a nice way to tell us Eggman's been stealing a bunch of them without flat out saying it outright. There's a reason for her to say it. I mean, she's worried about the...
Critters!
If this wasn't Forces, they'd probably just get Eggman to say it all like, Sonic, how I hate him. I also stole 184 animals and put them in 23 capsules dispersed throughout the levels. Ah, crap, that's a nice DLC too, isn't there? It's really just the same bosses with skins over them. I mean, no real need to go in there. Also, I forgot to record any gameplay, but fuck it, this video's already 10 times longer than it needs to be. So Eggman's back in his black hole of a lair. I mean, would it have killed him to give it a bit of detail? And he's explaining to the Deadly Six, most of whom are shrouded in darkness. Ooh, who could they be? Definitely not the characters on the fucking box. How he goes on about making his robot army.
Transformation 101. Bunnies to badniks.
Yep, you heard him right. They're calling them badniks again because nostalgia, I guess. Also, he's using animals to power them again because nostalgia, I guess. Next, you'll be telling me that we're going back to the 2D gameplay. Oh, fucking Christ. Also, what's with Zavok? He speaks calmly and seems quite cunning, even able to manipulate the other Zeddy into doing what he wants them to, but nothing in his visual design shows us this. He looks more like a red Bowser. He's got the fucking shoulder spikes, for shit's sake. What's with this weird turquoise monobrow? He's got such a weird fucking design. Every other Zeddy looks pretty good, I'll admit, but Zavok's the only one where I always have to do a double take. Are those pants? Is he wearing pants? Wait, why are they all wearing pants? So here we are in the second act. Why am I running so slow? Why do I have so many questions? Here's a new wisp introduced. Asteroid. It functions similarly to Void, where it destroys everything in its path and sucks it in. The difference being with this one is that it doesn't fly. Instead, you charge up your junk flying around you to jump, and the more junk, the higher the jump.
Oh man, I'm gonna jump so high.
Seeing as all the nigger wisps were turned back to normal at the end of Sonic Colors, it makes a lot of sense to have a new wisp that somewhat takes the place of the old ones. Or Void comes back in Forces. Okay! Well, that doesn't make a lick of sense. Or did they just half-heartedly throw away they're in here in another mobile game or something? Nope, not even that? Okay. What the fuck? So Zaz is the first boss fight, and it's... He just throws his stars down in an easy-to-dodge fashion and then charges you after you hit his giant face thing enough times. After a couple of hits, he's meant to get back up on it and start over with the star thingies, but you can just hit it again to knock him off. You can apparently charge up the homing attack now. It's really weird, and sometimes it just decides not to work, whether that be it just won't charge up or it just won't lock on. Well, that's done, and I got a radar from Sonic Riders. Jesus Christ, I hope you're like springs. Can you, I don't know, let me maybe jump over the gaps, you know, so I feel like I'm playing? Isn't this Windy Hill anyway? Like, why are we underground now? Oh, right, because Mario does it. It even sounds like a Mario song. Stupid-ass Sonic Lost World and lack of ideas, dumbass game. What is with these spike balls? They don't even have a slowdown before they change direction. They literally just jank and bank and forth. Yeah, I get it. I have a wisp. Get off my back! Oh, that's some sweet fucking popping right there. That's the power of PC, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, hang on. Let me check something. No, Max Graphics. So something else about Sonic Lost World. I sort of briefly mentioned it before. The game doesn't bother making sure you know how to play it. It doesn't bother pausing the game to give you instructions like in Colors or Forces, and it doesn't bother running it along with you like in Generations or Heroes. If you want to learn something about this game, you gotta wait until a question mark icon appears at the corner of your screen, and then press the corresponding button to bring it up onto the screen. Or if you're playing on the Wii U, tap it on the gamepad. And of course, the game doesn't tell you what that button is. Heck, it took smashing all the buttons on my controller to figure out how to bring up the item menu, which for some reason Sonic has, and it actually takes the place of items within the levels. Yet, no longer will you find shields or invincibility monitors just by looking around. More so, you just use them from the menu. You can get these items by going into the overworld map and talking to... What was I gonna say again? Oh.
Stay right there, huh? I mean, let's just start playing the same things. This is all the content I have. Well, content to watch at least. Later. Love you.
Right. Now, for some reason, the square button is not only the air dash and boost, but also the homing attack? I mean, it's really weird how they would just suddenly change the button. It doesn't make much sense if you ask me. Hang on, I'm not reviewing this game. Oh, you silly guys, cheeky sneakies, golly gee. So as I was saying, the fourth monkey tower I want to talk about in Bloons Tower Defense 4 is the boomerang thrower. Hey, why is this capsule floating above the ground? Just don't mean to do that.
I've been looking for you, Baldy McNosehair.
Oh, excuse me, mate. Could you please stab me in the throat with this, please? Just a little. Baldy McNose here.
Oh my god, just attack Eggman. He's wide open. Just fucking attack. He even had his back to you. Are you serious, Sonic?
I've been itching for a fight all day. I think you're itching because you need a bath. Why you disrespecting me?
Someone do something! Fucking hell! Wow, I didn't even know this was back here. I'll, just make my way across here. Or Sonic will go flying off to the right there. Go back to the item thingy before. Here, I can show you one in action. Let's, how about the power sneakers? Wow. I'm fucking speechless. First of all, what was that exactly? Reach for the stars? What connection does this game have to Sonic Colors other than shamelessly reusing the wisps for no goddamn reason? Next you'll be telling me the invisibility item is the Sonic Heroes theme. That is the Sonic Heroes theme, doesn't it?
I'm out of here!
Also, was it just me or did Sonic not go an inch faster? Like seriously, I think all that item did was change it so I could no longer walk. What was that length? 10 seconds! Sorry, what?
There's that little punk. I've been dreaming about pounding his sorry blue butt.
Sorry, what?
Rob, what are you doing?
Getting into bed.
What about the video?
I don't care about the video.
And what about the ad revenue?
God, could there be any more invisible springs? You know, Sonic's got a move special for traversing walls like these. You know what actually annoys me about the Wisps in Lost World? Some of them just end whatever the heck they want to, whether the bar's still got some juice in it or not. Normally I'd be down for this, you know, to stop you flopping around on your butt like a seal out of water. But how about instead we just press the Wisp button again to stop the transformation? It would give us a bit of more control, meaning this kind of crap wouldn't happen. Did I mention that you can only use Wisps in specific portions of the levels? I understand Wisps like Rocket and Spikes and Colors not being able to use them in 3D for fear of breaking the game, but why can't I use my Wisp here? It stops the Wisps from being a power-up and just turns them into a hindrance. Not to mention obligatory. In some levels you've got to use the Wisps to... Why is the word Wisp? Wisp. It makes it so annoying to say that you got to use the Wisps to proceed. That's what I'm trying to say here. Wait, what? Is that... Hello? What an intense chase, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently it stops when Sonic stops. And back into the action. Look at the speed. I mean, this fight is ridiculous. I mean, how am I meant to do anything stuck behind him? I don't know, man.
They are the Deadly Six, and they are your worst enemies.
God, why did they change Sonic's design yet again? You can see here they shrank his spines and legs down to make him more classic-y, and it just makes him look fucking stupid. And Forces went even further with this by outright changing Sonic's color and giving him even shorter spines. And what the hell is Tails saying here?
I've built a TV out of paper clips.
Yeah.
And reprogrammed a supercomputer using dishwashing detergent and a toothpick.
Also, can I point out how stiff the animation is here? I'm not asking for fucking Disney quality or anything, but when Sonic says cool, he doesn't even keep his eyes on Tails' face. I'm sure that technique works wonders when he's talking to Rouge. So the next zone up is Desert Ruins. We get a small cutscene beforehand where Eggman plays a 6 solo for the Zeddy. So it turns out that Eggman is controlling the Deadly Six, and that it's definitely not a mutual agreement to destroy Sonic. Although it really shows just how dumb the Zeddy are. Eggman literally shows them the conch that controls them right in front of their faces. I mean, Zavok could just slap it out of his hand, no problem, and they could easily overpower Eggman. You'd expect them to come up with something smarter than that, like rigging up the conch to a system where if Eggman ever senses any danger, the conch could be played over speakers or something with the press of a button. As it is now, Zavok could just punch Eggman in the gut, and while he's wheezing, unable to breathe, Zavok could stab him with his ice cream cone shoulders. But this cutscene does raise some interesting questions, such as, why does the conch affect the Zeddy this way? Where did the Zeddy come from? The Lost Hex? Are there more Zeddy? Are there more conchs? Fuck, well, we never find that shit out, do we? So, Desert Ruins. Desert levels in Sonic games have always been really creative, from Sandopolis in Sonic 3 with its ruins, sandy traps, and spooky ghosts, Sonic Heroes with its Rail Canyon and Bullet Station, which combined a Grand Canyon theme with a train station aesthetic, and Sonic Unleashed with Shamar, Middle Eastern-inspired level. What kind of theme will Sonic Lost World decide to go with? How about generic desert level number 35? Generic desert level number 35, anyone? God damn it, Sonic, yeah, we really know you aren't even trying anymore to earn your figure 8. Of course, the level itself isn't barren from new ideas, of course. You got the sand on which you can't run or spin dash on. Except that you can. And that's more shit that's never explained or mentioned in the game. I learned this shit from a fucking speedrunner. Whoa! Sonic's arms are not long enough to do this! This level also introduces a new threat, that being the big sandworms. You might have seen one of them in Forces, I'm assuming brought over from the Lost Hex thanks to the Phantom plot device. Hey, I just realized, you think Lost World was originally called Sonic Lost Hex? Hey, Tails! I've lost my hexagon! Here it is, Sonic! Oh! Thanks, Tails. Well, that's it. Oh, the worms themselves for some reason are actually in front of the 2D section here, and they don't change where they are in accordance to the camera. So it's just whether you've got good timing and where it should be at what time rather than actually being able to outrun them. No, God, stop it, please. Oh! Someone doesn't look very happy to be in Sonic Lost World. Cheer up, buddy. It could have been Forces. Oh, here's another move I forgot to mention. Sonic now has a running wall jump. It performs pretty much the same as the regular wall jump, but now it's always in a more enclosed space, and Sonic's continuously moving, making it much more of a fluid motion. It also kind of reminds me of Shadow the Hedgehog's triangle jump. Actually, come to think of it, this game's wall jump in 3D is the closest we've gotten to going back to the triangle jump, one of my favorite moves ever in a Sonic game. Sonic Heroes had a faster, more fun version compared to Shadow's, but Shadow had the whole running thing. If we could have a mix between these two for the next game, that'd be great, thanks. So here we see that there's a red ring that awaits on the other side. Clearly, it's too dangerous for me to just waltz across the spikes here, so what do? Well, thankfully, Sonic Lost World doesn't treat me like a child and allows me to work out things myself. I can remember that there was a separate path below going up, which would allow me to get the red ring there easily without having to deal with the spikes, as I could grab the greenery up there to swing my way across. You already know what I did, don't you? Oh. And now we're here. And there's nothing here. Could they have not just animated Sonic coming out of a building or something? Like, even Sonic Heroes did that. Well, time to head back, I guess. I wonder what Tails is doing right now. I'm making a rocket ship! So here's another new Wisp, Eagle. It allows you to fly faster than hover and dash too. It sounds great, right? So, what's its purpose? You tell me. It's pretty bad. For one, you can't go anywhere you want with it. You sit along a path, literally on rails. You can't go higher than the game wants you to, nor lower. Have fun trying to fly through all the rings! But you won't, because it controls like ass. I think the only Wisp even remotely fun of this game is Asteroid, and even then I only used it a total of twice, both times on the same level. I'm sorry, but the Wisps just really suck in this game. Now, is it just me who's annoyed by this, or has anyone else noticed how the game keeps changing its springs? One moment it'll be the modern version, and the other they'll be all classic-y. I know it's not a big thing that really changes anything, but I get really pissed off with this kind of thing for some reason. I mean, just pick a fucking spring! If you want to try to sell this game to me using nostalgia, yeah, that's fine. Actually, it's not fine whatsoever, but for this example, let's say it is. But don't go trying to mix random shit from different games that don't go together. In the last few games, it seems like they've been trying to pull random old things out of a hat. Yeah, let's put a Green Hill here, and a chemical plant here, let's have a classic Sonic shop here. How about a Chaos from Sonic Adventure? People are nostalgic with that game now, right? Well, let's use him. Wow, those people are going to be pissed I'm still talking about Sonic Forces. I mean, how can I not? How can I not?
Hey man, they just released a patch for Sonic Forces. The game's good now.
What? What do you mean?
Like, they patched it and it's good now.
Is he, like, drifting?
Yeah, they added that in, yeah.
What about classic Sonic?
Yeah, no, they took them out, and like now you can play as Tails instead. Now all the 2D sections are completely gone.
And Green Hill?
Oh, the first level is called it's a place called Scorched Hill. It's like a
It's like a green hill completely devastated by like the heat of the desert, so like all the plants are dead and stuff. It's pretty cool. What do I do now?
It annoys me how quickly this game gets lazy. Played the first stage, it was actually really fun. You're running fast, finding alternate routes, wall running, finding secrets, exploring around. Look at this. This is a straight fucking line. What? Why is there a spring here?
Who are you calling fat? You.
Wow, what a zinger! What's the deal with this cutscene? How did Eggman get the footage for one of the previous cutscenes on his monitor? Why does he keep playing into the background at all times? Why can't Eggman afford some proper fucking lighting in this place? So here we have this honeycomb beehive level, and it's a level based around the Mach speed segments we've seen before in like the first level. Wait, wouldn't this level work better in Windy Hill Zone? Like seriously, trade this one in for the underground one. Just swap the green sticky stuff with the sand here from Act 1 and boom, done. I'll take my $5,000 through PayPal, thanks. Gosh, I actually really like the running animation here. It looks like Sonic's actually making an effort, unlike in the other Sonic games where he just holds his head completely forward like he's taking a leisurely jog in the park. The Bumper Engine, a fan game made by the same guy who worked on Green Hill Paradise Act 2, Final Mix, Super Edition, Mega Collection, Wii.exe, Part 7, Rise of Lyric, and all things SD, and Knuckles, Ash Shadow, featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series, uses this animation for Sonic's final speed, and it works really well. Sonic also uses this brand new ability here called the Multi-Homing Attack. It's never used again. Whoa, there's so long than W2 Eager. That was almost a face plant.
I can't believe he made it this far. He's gonna make me look bad.
Now here's a cool little trick, not really needed in the PC version because getting 100 rings actually gets you an extra life. That's right, in the Wii U version, getting 100 rings didn't even net you a 1-up. If you keep grabbing these lives then dying over and over again here, you can essentially keep farming them forever. So the next Zeddy we're fighting, as you saw in the previous cutscene, is... I never learned his name. Oh right, it's Zomom. Wait, what do I mean, oh right? I don't think they ever mention his name! Xena calls him that once, apparently. In the entire game, actually. I don't even know what the rest of them are called. I know Zavok and Zaz, and now Zomom. I'm assuming that's Xena. That's the master guy. What the fuck? I've finished this game twice. Why don't I know his name? Zor? What is he called Zor? Oh, in Zavok's fight? I thought he was talking about the master guy. What, he's 112? The youngest? Wait, hang on then. What's the master's name? Master Zicken. Zicken my ass. Zicken my ass, really?
Wow,
Hang on, he didn't even fall onto the platform. He just teleported on. Well, what have I stumbled onto here? So Zomom is a unique boss fight, that being because he's really, really easy. Oh wait, there's every boss fight. He's unique because the homing attack is broken here. Oh wait, that's just this game. He's unique in the sense that it takes place in a giant floating Minecraft head. I don't get it either. Zomom smashes down onto it in order to turn it, so make sure you get... Cool, great. Sonic Lost World, why the fuck is he falling at a rate of 3 kilometers an hour?
my stomach feels Sonic. Oh.
Yeah, boy. Oh, yeah, I'm coming for you, Sonic. Oh, oh yeah. No. Ow. Oh, oh, he's getting further away. Oh. Sonic, you better watch out. I'm coming. I'm stuck. Just Sonic. I'm coming for you, Sonic.
Got him.
So Eggman's back in his base talking to Cubot. Wait, what the fuck? What? They're destroying the world 2 zones in? What?
Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Baby, baby.
Whoa, 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 what the? So Eggman apparently is only borrowing some of the world's energy for his machines or something. That's what we saw, and it was an energy extractor, I guess. But it looks like the Zeddy have other plans. Oh-ho! And again, it's not like Eggman's actually holding the conch. I mean, it's not like he can hide it in those skin-tight clothes. Can't you just waltz over and smash him up? Who cares? Wow, guys, get ready for Desert Ruins. Who the hell made this place? What does a map of the Lost Hex even look like?
Okay, so we have a windy hill with those dildos in the sky to the underground path, and the desert. Then in the desert there's a giant hive in the sky. When did that get there? Can someone sort out the giant killer bee problem, please?
I got it.
Oh, let me see now. What's all this dessert in the sky? Who's been messing with the natural order of the Lost Hex?
Man, how do you ever appreciate my baking? This level's actually got some of my favorite music in the game, the others being the Zeddy boss fight music and the sea-bottomed Segu. Seg? Seg? Unfortunately, the level design's a bit lacking here. It's a fully 2D level and is clearly trying to bank off Sweet Mountain success. And then the homing attack's still broken as balls. Trying to do a kick here, just let me fucking bouncing my ass off. And look at that, a huge blue frosted sprinkled donut. Who the hell has a huge blue frosted sprinkled donut lying around? Like, seriously. For some reason, there's a bunch of cannons from Sonic 2's Oil Ocean here. They make no sense to be here other than to pad out the level time. I mean, listen, if you want to make the level be longer or seem bigger, here's an idea. Make the level longer or bigger. It's just really unfortunate because with all the really neat aesthetics this level has, it's just a shame it's so basic and blocky. I mean, where's the spinning licorice like in the first few seconds? Or where are the loops? Where are the wafer hills? What about drilling through ice cream? So many possibilities just wasted, but at least they decided to make it a special level rather than just stretching it out into 4. It shows that they're at least putting effort into trying something out of place just for the fun of it. But what's with these weird clouds that move with the camera? And the chocolate balls that make boing noises? Well, I mean, I've never jumped on a chocolate ball before, so I wouldn't know, but actually, screw that.
Alright, welcome. I'm going to be testing these chocolate balls for, you know, their bouncing capability. So I've got one in my hand right here. Alright, so we're going to test whether it boings when you hit it on the ground. Alright, so you can see it didn't really go boing. We've got more to test out, so we can fucking just...
Are those my chocolate balls?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, you have a request for me? Well, I have a request for you. Fuck off.
One word of helpful advice: diet and exercise.
That's 3 words.
Well, that's a stale-ass sandwich. What'd you make it out of? 2-year-old bread? Listen here, I'll show you how to make a good sandwich.
Yeah, we're getting some sandwich ingredients.
You're making it so awkward.
You see, we got a very classic sandwich coming up here. Sonic Lost World style sandwich, which I will come up with the name for in a while. Because it's Green Hill.
We're at the countdown.
And that's how you park. Thanks for watching my video.
Actually, your handbrake's
Fuck. And that's how you park. Thanks for watching my...
How could you not film him with a nose that big?
Oh, stop!
Fuck yeah! This is a true day. We have our ingredients here. Let's get started on the sandwich, shall we? Pumpkin loaf. Two bits of bread. 1 candy cane. Fuck it, just... Who cares? Plastic. Plastic's going in there. Sour cream and chives. That's probably the most important ingredient. It's pretty good. That smells good. I call it the Zitty's Slammin' Sandwich. Oh yeah, that's nice and moistured. Join us next time for another Slammin' Sandwich recipe. Catch you guys later.
So here we are in Desert Ruins Act 4, and oh boy, it's an auto-scroller! How fantastic!
I wonder if those spines will stick in my throat when I swallow them whole.
So here's Drill, another returning Wisp from Sonic Colors, and it seems mainly the same here as it did in Colors until you realize that you can use it to leap in and out of the ground, whereas the former immediately transforms you back if you so much as sniff the air above. This is another Wisp which could actually really work well with a hold button down to use Wisp idea. I mean, imagine having the drill utilized in a similar fashion to here, but when you press the button after jumping, Sonic will transform instantly and drill into the ground, and then you can speed up when you head back to the surface, leap into the air, let go of the Wisp button to transform back into Sonic, and then, I don't know, do a homing attack or something. The choice is yours! But in this game, you don't get a choice. Yo, I appreciate the tornado, but it's got no bottom to it. Also, just randomly speeds up and slows down. If it's gonna do that, why not just allow me to play the stage normally with a tornado always slowly catching up? So Zomom has a couple moves, one of them smashing his fat ass on the ground, which knocks Sonic down for so long he has enough time to rethink his life choices. Of course, it only takes a couple hits to dispatch him, as long as you charge it up. Or it just doesn't charge up, alright. Now you gotta make sure you stand a good distance away from his tornado move. There is a small part in the boss fight where you do some drilling. It's pretty easy, but make sure you... Thanks to the new wall Zomom sets up, we can easily avoid his tornado spin attack and give him some of his own medicine. Or fucking not, I guess.
I hone your abilities.
Oh, you mean this?
I equip you with the most powerful mechs I can create.
You mean these? You created Metal Sonic, did you not? You know, the robot who completely overthrew you and then... almost destroyed the world?
Most powerful mechs I can create.
I even give you a giant sandwich.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll give you that one. I mean, all I can make is pasta bake.
Nom. 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 Nom.
So Sonic decides the best course of action is to boot Eggman's clarinet away, and even though Tails tries to warn him, of course he doesn't listen.
Gone!
Wow, that's so Sonic, am I right?
When is it a mistake to take your toys away?
When it's the only thing keeping 6 angry Zeti from controlling my mechs.
Wait, mechs? I thought they were calling them badniks now. Wait, you can't even be consistent in the same game? Oddly enough, the first time anyone used the word mech for Eggman's robots was in Shadow the Hedgehog. I remember Tails saying it, I think. Odd for something like that to make its way to Lost World. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. If I remember correctly, in Sonic Heroes they just call them robots. So the Zeti take control of Eggman's badniks, and they instantly start to gun them down. Why can the Zeti control Eggman's mechs? I don't know. But I do love how Zavok's all like, oh yeah, I'm gonna control these badniks so hard, and Zaz is all covered up by his hand and Zomop's fucking face. What the fuck? Ooh, his voice chip's all wrong again, because that was the best part of Sonic Colors. So how the hell are the Zeti even controlling the badniks in the first place? With their hands? What the fuck is this writing? Zaz then does something Sonic really should have done a long time ago. Attack Eggman directly. They even gang up on him, like double teaming him. Why haven't the Zeti tried that with Sonic again? Like, it's not like Eggman's a bigger threat, he's a fat old man. Ew.
I hate to run away from a fight, Tails, but I don't want to see you get fried.
You're kidding me. Out of every game and every fight, this is the one where Sonic says, yeah, Tails, don't stick around, you're gonna die. They also did this with Colors' final boss, and it's just as fucking stupid there as it is now. Like, when did Tails forget how to fight? Defend himself.
Oh man, I should have listened to you, Tails.
And when is Sonic? Don't even listen to Tails!
Shut up, Tails!
Okay, yeah, well that one's kind of already a thing.
Here we go, Tropical Coast. What am I looking at here? Oh, now I get it. Solid water. That makes a noise when you slide down it. You know, this level doesn't look too bad. The music's got a pretty good tune as well. A pity about the generic instruments. Sonic games have always had unique music for their beaches. I mean, listen to Seaside Hill. And Neo Green Hill Zone. And Emerald Coast. Wave Ocean. In that Tropical Coast. Seems a bit overly generic, right? Like something Mario would have for a beach level. It's still got a fucking great tune in parts of it though. I wonder if anyone's done a cover of it. They have not. God, the homing attack here is worse than Enforcers. At least I know how it works in that game. So the crabs here require a kick and a homing attack to destroy him, meaning you're better off just ignoring him, because fuck that shit. God, that's disorienting. Sonic Lost World, more like Sonic Lost My Lunch. Did I mention that Lost World does the see-through camera thing when you go behind something? Well, it does. Which is nice, because there's no camera control in this game! Sonic Colors, I understand, what with it being able to be played on the Wiimote and all, but Sonic Generations, Lost World, and Forces just have no excuse. Oh. Oh, I see why it's not in Forces. Okay, let's just try out the drill wisp here, I guess. So you get sent to the other side of the stage, where you're underwater, which is by far the easiest way to do drill in 3D. Fan games have tried this, but honestly, it's a waste of time, unless you want to do some sort of radar vision for Sonic, or use underground caverns as secrets. I mean, okay, actually that's a great idea. Drill could actually work really well in 3D. Sonic Team, make it happen! If you can, that is. You can only switch between two heights, which kind of sucks. But you can, Jesus Christ, was drill always this fucking slippery? And was it always just Sonic's head with the drill just slapped on his face? Ah, crap, I'm missing all the rings. I gotta swim through all the rings! I spent a good while trying to figure out if this flower functioned the same as it did in Kirby and the Rainbow Paintbrush. I don't know why I expected it to function the same, I just did for some reason. Friggin', why the hell do bingo numbers go from 1 to 5 instead of the other way around? I'll just do it again, I guess. Do I do it? There we go. Oh, some nice popping again there.
Oh, I hit the jackpot here, ladies and gentlemen.
Let us collect the reward. Collect the reward. Let me just, I got it. There we go.
Boy, do I love Sonic Lost World and its controls!
Go back. What the fuck is this? What is this fascination with nostalgia and Sonic Team? Badniks, Green Hill, Classic Sonic, turning modern Sonic into Classic Sonic. And now they've gone so far they've given up animating a falling animation so they can make Sonic run in the air like in the Genesis titles. Stop it. Get some help. This nostalgia addiction has gone on long enough! I farted when I screamed. Yo man, they just released the next Sonic game, check it out. Oh, this looks promising. Sonic Supremacy. This, looks pretty good. Ah, son of a bitch. Excuse me, what the fuck is going on with this pop-up? You know what these flowers remind me of? Scalar. But you didn't see that shit coming. Well, that's a good thing all these extra lives are here. I really need them right now. I'm gonna land on this capsule! No, I'm not, alright.
Alas, poor Cubot. I knew him well.
Ah, yes, a Shakespearean reference. I'm sure your target audience is chuckling at the funny comparison. Who is your target audience?
Thanks to Sonic, everything's gone.
Is that flower moving at 2 FPS over there?
The Zeti have an innate ability to manipulate magnetic fields. They can make electronics, including my mechs, do interesting things.
So how the hell are the Zeti even controlling the Badniks in the first place? With their hands? Or what the fuck is this writing? Oh no.
I controlled those powers with the conch, until Sonic punted it away with his typical stupidity.
Well, get lost, Eggman, and let us get things under control. It'll be good to stretch these old bones.
This level of vehicle theme, I guess, it revolves around giant fruit. Mario did it first. Although for some reason some of them are real and some of them are mechanical. Don't know why that is exactly. Maybe Sonic Team has some sort of agenda against Origins. I mean, I don't know. Just saying. Whoa! How the fuck?
Oh, now you want to fight me, see?
Oh god, I hate how close that was to being on time with the music. I really don't like how all the springs don't let you move once you've reached the peak of the jump. It just makes the game seem all that more automated. Excuse me, what the fuck?
Speed cannot defeat wisdom, little hedgehog.
Never thought the game after Generations would have me doing this, of all things. Okay, apparently you can speed up in the juice with the run button. Makes sense. Okay, I like the blowing birds and old Badniks idea just fine. Generations did it great, although Lost World really fucked up their designs. But this one really doesn't work in 3D, at least if it pushed me off the edge or something.
Sonic can now use parkour moves, run up and along walls, vault over obstacles, and grab onto ledges. Effective command of these moves allows you to find new routes through the levels, keeping the high-speed action flowing.
So the Rocket Wisp is back, although this time only usable in 3D. You can aim it wherever you like, in the preset areas, of course, and blast off to another... Wow, that's some detailed grass. You can kind of just spin around with this, huh? I wonder what Sonic looks like right now.
Prepare to be tested, young one.
Oh no! It's coming right for me!
I tested the blue one.
Better ways to make him suffer.
Sonic's mouth is fucking weird. Is the red bit not his lower jaw? I always thought it was more of a this. But the way he is now, I mean, what does he even look like without the red? Oh, Jesus! What about his eyebrows too, just for a laugh? Shit, they're pulling out the mega weapon of death and destruction in the third world? I mean, I guess these guys are just smarter than we took them for. They get right to the point, I suppose. We'll just ignore the past two levels and just pretend they were trying to figure out how it worked during those.
How do I make the big metal thing go?
I think you pressed the big red button. That's the power button, man.
No, I already pressed it.
You can see the full thing. Oh, there's a video. Oh my god. Oh, that's gross. Oh, that's gross.
How did we even get onto here? I just want the controls for the big metal swirly death thingy outside. Ah!
I think I found it. There. Says it'll be ready in 5 minutes.
You said it would be ready in 5 minutes.
Pizza delivery. Oh wow. Oh wow, this level's really pretty. Oh, bit of pop in there. Oh man, this level's great. It's like Planet Wisp, but without all that stupid ass mechanical shit. Ah, son of a bitch. So while the level itself has some great music and an almost great theme, the main point of it, that being the grinding, is it just me, or has grinding in the recent Sonic games become really, really boring? In Sonic Adventure 2, you could lean, crouch for speed, and had to make sure you didn't fall off. It was a risk-reward kind of thing. Sort of. In Heroes, the falling off thing was taken away, unless you count the whack-ass rail switching. But instead, now you could actually accelerate, as well as switch rails. In Shadow the Hedgehog, they made the rail switching more reliable, as well as making the acceleration more build-upable, if that makes sense. But it was pretty similar to Heroes version. Then 06 came along, and for some reason they stopped us from being able to slow Sonic down on a rail. I mean, he just kind of goes, and that's that. I mean, you can still turn around to accelerate, but it does nothing really. Generations/Unleashed kept the rail switching mechanic from Shadow the Hedgehog, but instead of accelerating, now you just boost instead. I mean, I know in Generations you can turn around on the rail, but again, it does nothing. And now we have Lost World. You can jump and rail grind. Well, and I'm assuming Forces has, well, you can crouch on it. I mean, that's something. You have to manually switch between rails by just jumping, which is a heck of a lot more engaging than just flicking the stick left and right, or I suppose by hitting either of the shoulder buttons. Wait, what? What? There are also some new rails, red and green. Red slows you down and green speeds you up. Honestly, it's kind of boring just watching Sonic grind without any input whatsoever. Oh. Sonic Lost World? More like Sonic lost his animations.
Sonic, something bad's happening.
Whoa, what's going on?
Don't sound so concerned there, Sonic.
It's like something in the sky is draining the life out of the world. Plants, animals, even the air feels cold and dead.
Oh, hang on. Did Amy just say all the animals are cold and dead?
Okay, you guys stay safe down there. I'll try to figure out what's going on and stop it.
Yeah, no, they're dead. Hypothermia works fast, man.
I shall prepare for you a lesson in respect.
Oh, yeah, old man? Well, I'll teach you a lesson about getting your ass fucking kicked. Goddamn old men telling me what to do.
Right after I get my lime milk, goddamn, gotta get my goddamn drink.
Sonic, look out!
What's with this pineapple? Am I pushing it, or is it afraid of me? If I'm pushing it, why aren't I pushing it?
And here we see the majestic flying hedgehog in its natural environment.
I just wanna smack the monkey. Can I please? Ugh. Oh. Well, I mean, if a spinner I can't kill an enemy in this game, I don't see why I should have to run either. I mean, running is as good as jumping in this game. Why does this remind me of Sonic 06? I ain't running, you can't make me. Okay, apparently that's a thing. Seems like they just really dislike explaining things, I guess. Crap, not the fucking monkeys again. I'm gonna smack them real good this time.
And here we have a detailed, in-depth look at Sonic Lost World's homing attack system. So here's Sonic. Now, we can see that the target is locked on to the old man here, just like it has in the other boss fights. So we just gotta wait for it to charge up, like it does in every other boss fight. It doesn't. So we say, alright, well, let's just go ahead and just hit him. Oh, hark! Looks like the homing attack is charged up in the air here, leaving us plenty of time to press the jump button again to attack him. And there's the double jump. Sonic Lost Cause, ladies and gentlemen.
And now the game's all like, hey, wanna target the old man again? So we have another cutscene here with Eggman explaining that the Zeddy have control over his new machine.
What was it designed for, Doctor?
Sorry, what, Tails? First of all, did you just call him Doctor? Like, that's really weird. When has he ever done that except for when he says his whole name? And what was with that delivery? Are they trying to make the scene dramatic? Here? Again, how the hell did Eggman get this footage exactly? Why did he get footage of Earth exactly where Knuckles and Amy happen to be? Or does the whole Earth just look like that now?
I'll supply the brains. You will supply the brawn I need to get past the Zeddy.
Oh, and you're asking so nice.
Good one, buddy.
What? No, it wasn't. It really wasn't. Also, where did all that meekness from before go just now?
Yeah, well, teaming up with you feels like the end of the world, Eggman.
You've teamed up with him before. I mean, wait, unless this is a reference to Heroes, where Metal Sonic was going to destroy the world. No, it can't be. The writers probably didn't know the game even fucking existed. Oh. Oh my. This music. This level is... It's...
Holy crap, it controls like ass!
Wowzers! This music can make any level fun! Why? Whoa! Look at me go! Wowee! Almost any game. Sonic starts skating when he's on the ice, which instantly reminds me of Shadow. Speaking of, what the hell is he doing while all this is going on?
How did you even order that? Do we have a credit card?
Although you can still turn really easily, making the ice physics feel really wonky. He also does a pirouette spin if you jump while skating, which is cool, albeit a bit hard to control. I did fail to mention this before, but if you hold down the run button while standing still, Sonic will start running in place, which is a really nice touch. Although confused the shit out of Donkey, seeing as he didn't know how the spin dash was a thing.
What? Use your roll, Sonic. Oh, what? You can do this?
These cloud bits are really fucking boring. I mean, Generations had the little cloud bits, but they didn't make whole fucking sections out of them. Oh, great. Now I gotta jump on these fucking capsules while I'm half fucking blind. Also, there's ice physics! Dang, this music is really good. Has anyone done a cover of this one, at least? Oh. Oh, they have. Whoa, holy shit, dude. This is like if it was in Sonic Adventure 2 or something. Wow. Wow, nice job. Nice job. You deserve more subs than me, that's for fucking sure. What is that fucking expression, though?
Whoa, overcompensate much?
Wow, overcompensate much?
Then suddenly Tails freaks out a tad and starts throwing insults around.
Yeah, well, feelings mutual, egg face.
As a trans-egg-shual myself, I do take offense to that. Then, because the writers needed some sort of inner conflict, Tails,
And you don't trust me to do it.
Tails has just lost it.
Then we have another cutscene with Zavok and the stereotypical self-absorbed teenage girl. Actually, come to think of it, the other characters are pretty stereotypical too now. Amy's a common girly girl now, even though she used to be badass. Cream's now a common little girl, even though she used to be badass. And the sexy woman, who used to not sound like she was permanently stuck on the seduce setting. Hey, at least we have these three, right? And now I'm a Snowball. Why am I a Snowball? Oh my god, this is a fucking nightmare. So, as Snowball Sonic, you can jump, spin dash, and roll. Yeah, I don't get it either. It has no story reason, no gameplay reason, and it's not really very fun. At this point, I think they just did this just to keep the game varied for the sake of keeping it varied. Is that all you have to say, Sonic? If it was me, I'd be saying,
Help! I'm stuck inside a snowball! It's really cool that I can't breathe!
It's cute the way he keeps on trying to get past all the death traps and enemies and stuff. I think he kind of likes me.
Hang on a moment! Oh, wait, her? Oh, yeah, right, yeah, alright. I do like how the rings stick to the snowball, actually. I mean, that's a fun idea. Probably what tempted them to do it in the first place.
Huh.
What the hell am I meant to do here? Do I attack him back? Ha-ha!
I'm gonna need a mani, a petty, and an avocado facial scrap this horrible day.
Man, oh man, you guys sure do know how a woman thinks. Great writing, guys. Great writing. Also, great level design! Wow, a boss fight as the Snowball. That's, fun. And inventive? So essentially, you just have to hit the snowmen without the bombs on their heads, something made much harder to do with the angle the camera gives you. Did I just hear a goddamn banjo? I did not realize there was a banjo bit before. Also, she is not moving in the direction her legs are.
Gotta go. Call me.
What? Who wrote this shit? What? Who animated this shit?
Ooh, that was cool. Pun entirely intended.
You know, I am watching this shit. You know,
that was cool. Pun entirely intended.
You know, I am watching this shit. Where did Frozen Factory go? So this level's pretty unique in the fact that it's completely flat. Wow, 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 wow! So in this level, you collect these little silver coin thingies. Damn it, can you just leave me alone, please? Alright, here we go. So in this level... Ah, fuck! You can deposit them for... points? Well, that's useless. Hey, now we're playing pinball! Because, you know, Sonic 2 did it. Although in Sonic 2, it was naturally a part of Sonic's moveset. Here I'm just playing pinball in the middle of a Sonic level. This level has some funky music and a cool theme, but in all honesty, it's pretty boring. The level is essentially just a straight line with some enemies sprinkled in here and there. What? Why did this send me to a new place? I clearly wasn't going anywhere. He even started falling back down there. Oh, come on! What is this trollop? Just like that, I've won the system, folks. Oh, I mean, I guess I gotta stop sometime. Here I go. Oop, out of the machine, I guess. Wait, what? I die? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. You know, The point of an optional minigame is that it's supposed to be optional! And there go all my rings. Thanks, Sonic lost my respect! There we go, finally. And there go my rings again. Thanks very much, appreciate it. I'm gonna grab these coins here, just, ow. Ooh, right in fine, because I go back to there again. Ow! Oh, God, fuck, damn it, all the hell. Why is it that the only thing this game does well is get worse? You know, they say that something's off about Sonic's skating animation. Holy crud, are you seeing these slides? Even Sonic Lost World has drifting. Whoa, what the? Sonic can do a medium jump on the clouds? How many moves of his do I not know still?
The last time we met, you ruined my nail art. Now I have to reapply a whole new coat.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? I am so sorry.
Oh, well, in that case...
Oh no, what I meant to say is, I'm so sorry that you have nothing more important to do in life.
Wait, what was she gonna say if Sonic hadn't butted in? That she wouldn't fight him? Man, I just love waiting for enemies to stop attacking so I can continue with the game. Oh boy, 2D sections, you gotta love them. Me, I just love to hate them, but whatever. Ah, here we go. Hold on a fucking second, I found the dab button, guys. You know what, this level's actually quite pretty, I'm enjoying it a lot. And fuck you, Sonic Lost World. The last time a dash pad threw me off the edge was in Sonic 06! Red ring! Oh, no. Wait, whoa, how's this flower growing on ice? That deserves a dab and a half. Why the heck are we in Metropolis now? I mean, people give Windy Hill a bit of shit about being Green Hill with windmills, one of those people being me. But what about Frozen Factory just being Metropolis from Sonic 2? Well, wait a minute. This isn't Metropolis from Sonic 2. This is just Mad Gear Zone from Sonic 4. I'm not singing Sonic 4 music. What the... That doesn't sound right. Okay, I'm gonna spin dash over to that wall so I can run up it a bit and then leap off into the animal capsules there. Fuck. So when Xena's fight, she's got these big-ass lasers coming out of her hands, which are pretty cool, I guess. Didn't really expect much when the last fight just consisted of her running away, but hey, I'll take it. Come on, homing attack! Homing attack! I thought I could smash this, but I guess not. Also, by the way, 2 hits and she's dead.
Truly, your robots are a reflection of your genius, Dr. Eggman.
Shut the fuck up, Tails. So Tails decides to put Cubot's head on a crab meat's body, which results in Cubot getting real aggressive.
Tails!
I can't figure you out. 1 second you're contemplating genocide, and the next you're saving one of your worst enemies.
What's with Sonic's delivery on these lines? They all feel really... whiny, I guess? I've said it a million times, but in Boom, Sonic sounds great.
And you! What were you thinking, Tails? You could have gotten yourself killed.
I was just trying to help.
What? They're just gonna leave it there? Sonic's not gonna say something like, "Oh, I see, I appreciate it, Tails, but you're worth much more than Cubot's body." Haha. Actually, probably best to stop there. Knowing the writer Sonic probably would have just said,
"Shut up!"
So the ZD decide, what the fuck is going on with this computer console footage here again? Why do they just use a previous cutscene for this? There's no way they could ever get these fucking shots.
Time. Something Sonic is running out of.
Wait, hang on. Did they just reuse the same shot there? Do they just have the scene on loop? Anyway, so they want to make Sonic a robot. The same thing Eggman's been trying to do for I don't know how long in the comics. Ooh, Silent Forest. This'll be a nice, quiet, relaxing level. Sonic Lost World! More like Sonic Lost My Trust! So Silent Forest actually looks pretty cool. I mean, nowhere near as good as the concept art, but heck, at least it isn't using the same background. Are we just not going to talk about that then? Oh, wow, looky here, a running animation and some AI for the egg pawns. It's almost like this game's had effort put into it. You know, I'm finding myself jumping over dash panels and springs awfully often in this game. I really wish they just didn't exist at this point, especially with the whole automation thing about them.
Must have missed this one.
Sonic, it's a trap!
Tails, no! Those rotten, sneaky...
Tails acted for the greater good. Let's make sure his sacrifice isn't for nothing.
I'm supposed to be the fastest, but I was too slow to save my buddy.
What? So first off, how the hell is that capsule meant to capture Sonic? It opens from the sides. How does Sonic open the capsules? That's right, the sides!
So of course it's the fucking top!
Also, sacrifice? Where's the seriousness coming from? We're in a fucking cartoon-ass jungle, and why is Sonic's voice still so fucking annoying?
Sigh.
Hank! No. No. Love how Sonic just lets Zor just walk away, like, there's your chance of getting your friend back. Sure, just let it waltz off. If they wanted the story to have a more serious tone, it would have been great to see Sonic in a hostage situation. Give me my fucking friend!
Maybe all the enemies and death traps will finish Sonic, maybe they won't. Does it really matter in the cosmic scheme of things? We're all gonna die eventually.
Wow, someone's being a negative, Nancy. I think you need a little bit of determination.
Did someone say determination?
Fuck off, Yuri!
I thought you liked Yuri.
Screw Yuri!
Then what about Monica?
Screw Monica! In a different way. Watch this mad skill. Bounce 3 times to get to the upper platform. Oh. You know, here's something I didn't think of before, but I'm shoving it here now because fuck it, I'm not reading through my script to find an appropriate place. I mean, come on, are you gonna sit through and read all this shit? The parkour system in this game was handled really badly. The only part of it I think that worked well was the wall running, and even then it was a bit janky sometimes with, you know, how you started it up. I really think Sonic games need a more fluid control scheme. Take a Hat in Time, for instance. You almost never have to stop moving in that game because Hat can control so well. Even when the game lays out a slower path for you to traverse, more often than not you can work around it thanks to your expansive movement options. Now, Lost World doesn't completely lack options when it comes to movement. It's miles better than Force's options, that being whether you want to boost or not, but I really hope for future games they take the fluid, expansive approach to Sonic's moveset. And as I said before, the wall running feels good, so that's why it sticks out of my mind, but also that it's the only parkour option where you don't have to stop and start over and over again. Pretty much all of Sonic's moves in this game require him to either stop or slow down. Think more like a Hat in Time, Sonic Team. Think more Sly Cooper or Crash Bandicoot or, I don't know, the game that somehow does rolling better than you! And on that note, what the fuck, why is this wisp so big? It's just as big as Sonic, meaning it's 3 feet tall! I don't get it. No, not this guy again. At least this time I can take him out with a homing attack. Oh god, he doesn't die! Life's not worth living anymore! What's with these rings that just pop into existence? New Super Mario has that too, but at least they move in from the side or something. This is just fucking lazy. Looks like I can get across here without using the stupid-ass wisp. Oh, not? Whew, close one. I really don't like how you can't double jump out of a bounce, especially since the bounce stops your forward momentum almost completely. Okay, fine. Guess I'll use this then. I still don't get it. Okay, so in this part you have to hide from the spotlight so you don't get seen by the big robot owl. Sorry, the bad neck owl. Oh crap, he's got me! Or not. Hey man, is that a shooting star? God, rhythm just isn't any amount of fun. In the Wii U version, you were meant to tap on the screen where the notes were and Sonic would move over to them. Sounds, interactive, I guess. But now that there's no touchscreen here for the PC version, guess what you do? You press the jump button. Over and over again. It auto-targets the next note and you move to it. That's it. Just the jump button. Over and over and over and over. Did I mention you have no other control other than pressing jump? Ah, here we go. So we'll just sit here and wait for the meter to run out. That's the proper way to play. Man, what is this owl looking at every time it raises its head? Squirrel!
Just give up, Sonic.
Okay. The thing with this level is that you can skip a couple of the hiding places if you're fast enough. What we're going to do is try to get to the next one before... Oh. So in this Zor boss fight, you have to kick back the projectiles he sends around the arena to knock him off his owl. Once he's down, you can homing attack him, even though for some reason it doesn't want to charge up. Listen, if you're gonna be making a new mechanic Sonic Team, you've really gotta let us know how the hell it works first. Repeat a couple times and that's that. What the fuck happened here? It's infinite all over again. Looks like Zavok figured out how to work the computer. So the Zeddy are finally opening the capsule containing what they think is Sonic, but instead they get...
Somebody messed up royally because we don't have Sonic.
We know.
Why did that sound like something out of a preschool show? Right down to the long-ass pause and the drawn-out words.
We know.
Whatever. Here we are in the next level. Fuck, really? Honestly, I have no idea why this level's in the forest stages when it's got so much ice. However, I do appreciate how the music changes when the giant boulders start rolling at you. If I said that before, I apologize. The video's getting pretty long. Jesus, the whole inner tunnel gravity schmumpus just doesn't work properly. Like, you're jumping as if it was just flat ground, and then he just clips onto the side here. Ah, damn it, I just hate how you can't influence your mid-air direction with the pirouette jump. It's like Castlevania up in this bitch. Gee, doesn't this look familiar? Okay, so here's a great part of the level, I'm sure you'd agree. So I run down this hall here, I jump over the octopuses, which have eyelashes for some reason, I don't know, you tell me. Jump onto this wall to climb it, and, I don't know. I'm at a loss at this point. I mean, I stumble around for a bit, until it hits me. That's it! This game is bullshit! Of course! The thing I couldn't see was the solution all along!
Now that's what this is all about. Removing harassment from gaming.
What? See, that one had a spring! So now we're on to Zone 4. Should it be Act 4? Come here, bitch. So now we're on to Zone 4.
Look at him, all I'm so fast and stuff.
Okay, firstly, he's not really going very fast there. And secondly, Sonic's using a different running animation there. One where he's not doing that stupid-ass figure 8 stuff for no reason.
Makes me sick.
Honestly, me too nowadays. Why is Sonic so slow in 2D? I'm getting sick of Mario's fucking faster. And why the hell isn't the kick or homie attack working here? What's so special about these enemies? Okay, so I get that I can't kick these big guys. Okay, I get that. Gotta kick the bomb back. That's what you gotta do. Alright, whatever. But when I bounced instead of kicking, for some reason Sonic thought it'd be a great idea to move left. You know, where the death pit is. This gravity is whacked, man. I guess it still thought my gravity was of the platform back there, but because I couldn't jump out of a bounce, I could do nothing but wait for Sonic to fall to his death. Stupid-ass Sonicless World stun all over. And here we have more drill segment circles in the sky, folks, because that's level design. And thus, Radical Soda never unpaused the game for fear of death. And the Sonicless World review was never finished. I always do the sheesh, you know by now. Gee, this background track just doesn't get old. Just wonderful how they couldn't program the door without some sort of automation, so Sonic just X to a sudden halt for a second. So in the dark section of this level, Sonic can't homing attack. You gotta hang on to these levers like an oil ocean or Sandopoulos in order to light up the place again. But I don't really care about doing that, I just want to finish this as fast as possible. Whoa, 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 that was a close one there. Wait, we have a hint here, what does that say? Ah, okay. Why is Sonic's shoe trail so completely visible in the dark? Does anyone know how lighting works?
I'm sorry, this just turned into nitpicking, I suppose. I mean, I know that the issues that I'm bringing up aren't that big of a deal, so I'll try to leave the small stuff from now on and focus on the big gameplay impacting issues.
I just want to show you all the Zol boss fight. Are you ready? It's pretty insane. And that was the whole boss fight. I don't even know what he was doing. Just headbutting the ground. What? So here we are in Sky Road. Oh, sorry, I meant reuse assets from Windy Hill and call it a new level road. This is essentially just Windy Hill hard version with clouds instead of the ground. They didn't even try making it different. It's just like how they didn't even try changing Windy Hill up from Green Hill. God, wall running really just needs to come back. I mean, look how cool this looks. And it's actually fun. I could have just flown through this with the Eagle Wisp, but would you rather do this? Or this? Wisps or this? I mean, come on, give me your honest opinion here. Jeez, I do love how the spiked balls just start rolling whenever I get close to them. I mean, look, not moving, moving. Boy, do I love nitpicking. Oh, look, a whole mini-boss section based on the really slow cloud jumping mechanic. Cool!
If we don't find your friend, can I be your sidekick?
What? Shut up!
Sonic, did you just... Oh, you do not know how much material you've just given me.
In the brief moments that remain.
Shut up!
Eggman said he had some plan that will destroy
Shut
us.
up! Surprise! Shut up!
I thought I was dead.
Shut up!
Other than the...
Shut up!
This cutscene really serves no purpose. It exists for some comedic relief, I guess. It's got the upbeat, funny music and all, but the stuff they're saying is kind of grim.
If we don't find your friend, can I be your sidekick?
Like, as in... if Tails is dead? Like, what's going on with these cutscenes?
It's like if I started a video review like this. Hello everyone, and welcome to my video review on Shark Tale for the PS2. Now, throughout my journey with this game, it became much harder for me to keep thinking positively, and that's why I'm leaving YouTube forever.
Well, there we go. This is a lot better. I mean, more ominous music, the acting's better, but we're still in happy, fun time Green-ass Hill, and now we're here. And we're reusing assets from Silent Forest now, alright. I'm a speedrunning champ! Oh god, I don't think I'm meant to be here. Who designed this? It looks like someone's first ROM hack. So here comes Zavok, the big baddie and the strongest of the Zitty. Unless you're counting Zombom's stomach, of course. So you hit the end of the snake's tail so you can run over it to get to Zavok himself. So you... or not. I mean, why? It even continues the same pattern here. It's the same places where you can run on it. Why not make it spiky or something so I'd know I'd have to jump there? So I guess you have to homing attack down the snake to get to Zavok, or the reticle just won't appear. Alright. However, I did figure out that if you kick the snake instead of homing attack, you won't waste time bouncing all over the fucking place. Oh, come on! So if you get there in time, you can hit Zavok, who's just, floating there. Yeah, no, yep, apparently he can fly. Okay.
Maybe it's too early to kill.
What were you thinking then? Something like 4:30? Please, I ran out of jokes like half an hour ago. I'm running on nothing here.
Sounds like you need someone to spice. I'm looking directly at the camera. Sounds like you need someone to spice things up.
No. So we get to the next cutscene and...
You just use the force.
So we get to the next cutscene and, well, they didn't really learn from the mistakes from the last time, that's for sure.
They're gonna turn Tails into a robot. That's horrible.
Look at the scene.
Did you just
Look at the
use
scenery.
the force?
Look at where Sonic's standing. Where did he come from? That's a fucking sheer cliff face. Listen to the music.
Oh, I don't know. Being a robot's not so bad.
Yes, that's definitely, they're gonna turn Tails into a robot music.
That's horrible.
Yes, Sonic, that is. You think that we, the audience, should know that by now. You could have said something like, we've gotta hurry, or, you know, point out that if Eggman wasn't so slow, Sonic probably would have saved Tails by now. By the way, what happened to the tornado? Is it just gathering rust somewhere? But instead, we get...
That's horrible.
Why do Sonic characters react to life-threatening news with a simple...
That's horrible.
And again, this cutscene actually serves no purpose in the grand scheme of things. I mean, we know that Tails is going to be turned into a robot, and we can assume that Sonic would tell Eggman, and even then, Eggman doesn't actually interact with Tails later on because all his robotic stuff just kind of vanishes in the next cutscene, even though he clearly outpowers the Zitty by himself. Actually, sorry, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here. Anyway, Eggman doesn't even speak in this cutscene anyway, so it's just a joke from Cubot and Orbot. Actually, where the heck is Eggman in this cutscene? He's not actually here! They didn't even bother programming him in, what the fuck? And you know how I said that Sonic came from nowhere because, you know, there's no ground behind him? Turns out there's no ground behind anybody in this cutscene. So you're telling me they're just standing in the sky somewhere on a floating disc of Earth? Let's hope the next level makes a bit more sense. Oh cool, the 2D section. Oh cool, Flappy Bird. Oh cool, my will to live. It's gone! Now here's a fun zinger. I spent a few minutes dodging this pufferfish's robot thingy's missiles, waiting for a weak point to show up or something, but haha, of course not! Turns out you have to spin into the regular-ass missiles and deflect them back at him. Reminds me of that other time you could jump into missiles and deflect them back at enemies. Oh wait, yeah, that never happened! Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm done here.
Hello.
Guess I'm doing the first fucking level again. Here we go, shortcut. Do you think he noticed us? There we go, alright, let's just get on to the next level already.
What are you doing?
I gotta go. I gotta go.
Why am I in this? What purpose does it serve? Listen, there's a difference between variety to break up the gameplay and variety to slow it down to a crawl. So the giant machine thingy's sucking up the Earth's juices is continuing to, well, suck up the Earth's juices, and it looks like things are becoming bleak for our heroes on Earth. The Earth with fucking Minecraft trees.
It's too late for us, Sonic. Save the world. Kick some butt for all of us. I'm sorry. I never got to say.
Amy! Knuckles!
What? Firstly, what the fuck is the serious-ass cutscene doing in the game where all the other cutscenes are composed of this?
Baldy McNose here.
Why does this game insist on trying to include this serious-ass cutscene intermittently in between all the silly ones? I mean, you remember the cutscene I skipped where Sonic says...
That was cool. Pun entirely intended.
That's also the cutscene where Eggman had a violent meltdown and said he wanted to strangle a Zeddy. Yeah. Does that not just feel completely out of place for anyone else? So the final Sky Road level is ripped off from the desert world. Where am I? Oh, so this is another one of those 2D levels for the most part with ghosts with ghosts floating around in front of the stage, so technically it should look like this. Who are these ghosts of anyway? Are they all the Sonics that have died throughout the game? Hey look, it's the Sonic that died from cruddy level design. Remember this shit? Wait, what? I can die from going back down to where there's more ground? You know, whatever, I should expect this shit by now. Oh, no, no! Wait, what? So that part of the ground gets to keep its ground status. I gotta go back. No, I can make it. Man, I sure love how I still don't know exactly how far Sonic can jump. Maybe that's just because of the constant change of speed depending on what direction he's moving in. Just reminding you of that. So it switches to an on-rails 3D sliding segment after a while, and it's okay. I mean, all you can do is move left and right and shimmy along some poles here and there, but for a mechanic that's never once seen during the entire game and then never again afterwards, it just feels really odd to have it here of all places. You'd think that I've implemented it in the desert levels somewhere to get you at least somewhat familiar with it first. Usually the final levels are made for you to show off all the skills you've learned throughout the journey, but with this game you're still learning stuff by the time the final boss rolls around. I really wish they'd stop replaying the same voice clip over and over every time I died too.
All this effort just to reach the one thing you cannot defeat. All this effort, all this effort, all this effort, all this effort.
Yeah, this bit was hard, alright. You know, I would actually say this level is the hardest in the entire game. Not to mention it likes to fuck with you just because it can. Also, Rhythm is here, just wanted to mention that. So here's Zavok's proper boss fight, which is gated off with these annoying-ass firebar guys. Just admit it, Sonic Team, you don't know the firebars from Mario. Also, excuse me? So it turns out that Zavok's the only one with his own theme in his boss fight. The other Zeddy share the... and the... with their first and second boss fight, respectively. But Zavok starts off with the second music in his first fight, and is something unique for his second one. And for the only unique boss music so far, it isn't very unique. There have been other times the Sonic franchise has done really serious-sounding orchestral pieces, and each have had their own flair. Here's Metal Madness from Sonic Heroes. And of course, Dark Gaia from Unleashed. We'll just skip that one. This one, however, sounds very generic for some reason. Even after just listening to it, I can't remember it at all. Tell you what, Sonic Forces, as repetitive as its music is, actually did Zavok's theme a lot better in my opinion. Wow, not only am I still talking about Sonic Forces a whole year later, I'm actually fucking complimenting it. What the heck? This music really doesn't go well with the janky-ass animations, though. I mean, seriously, I'm not saying they have to be Disney quality, again, but at least try not to make them look stupid. So here's where the problem in this fight lies. Okay, so I'm in the final stretch here. The rest of the fight, I mean, it's a piece of cake. You dodge a punch, wait for the lasers, it's fine, whatever. But here, at this part, you have to kick Zavok's arm away so he can't guard. I mean, easy enough to understand. He's off balance now, so we charge up a homing attack and bop him. Cool! Now he's really off balance. Now we just set up another charged homing attack and... Sorry, what? Oh, watch out, guys. He's chasing me. Here we go. He's back at the edge. Got him wobbling. I'll try again. I guess maybe we gotta kick him. Apparently not. Here we go. Here we go. Here we... No. What do I do? What am I doing wrong? I'm trying to let it charge up to 3. Wait, I see. Okay, let it charge up 5 times. Right. Silly me. Of course. The mechanic which was never introduced, explained, or used in any other Sonic game which functions different with every enemy in the goddamn game except for bosses, where you can always assume it charges to 3, and that's the most powerful attack stone that gets changed, so we have to use it that way. Oh, of course. Fuck you. Oh, God, fuck you so hard. Have you ever seen such a scatterbrain game in all your life? In all my days, I've never been so pissed off at a Sonic game. And this was the second time I've beaten this fight. I've played this before and it still fucked me up. Even Sonic Forces doesn't have anything this cheap. I mean, then again, Sonic Forces is the easiest Sonic game to date. But seriously, why would they do this? Just to anger us? Well, it worked. The next world is... What's this stupid ass question mark? What is it? Okay, so it's baby's first ROM hack number 2. And that's all I can stomach. So the next world is the lava world. It's almost as if the levels in this game are following a set pattern or something. Zavok still at that computer, I see.
Tails, I gotta send an email on this thing. I don't know how.
So the Zeddy are finally making Tails a robot.
When we return, you'll be our slave.
That's probably a mistake, just leave him alone. I mean, and yep, he's controlling the computer with one of his tails. Wait, how is he controlling the hairs on his tail? And what if Zavok came back or something?
Oh, forgot my keys.
So at another place in the current time, Sonic and Eggman are walking to the base when suddenly... No, I mean that suddenly the lip syncing gets very bad very quickly. Not exactly...
Say you're going to destroy us and stop embarrassing yourself.
Levels of bad, but, you know.
Wow, it's quite a drop.
Yes it is.
Now apparently the Zeddy have been powered up by the big old suck machine, but... Zaz, you could hurl a giant metal sphere into the sky. And Zombom can fucking drill through solid earth. These rocks really aren't that big of a deal. Now, does anyone else remember that one cutscene in Sonic Riders Zero Gravity where the characters and props keep moving around between cuts? Well... So Sonic drops these 3 pebbles off this bridge here, and as you can see, they're pretty close to getting to the other side. So Zaz and Zomom appear at the side they just came from, although how they got there without being heard, I don't know. I can't imagine Zomom has very light footing, and Zaz would probably be screaming the whole time. Anyway, they destroy the bridge and it breaks here. They fall, of course, and Eggman grabs onto what's left of the bridge on their side, and... That's all I'm saying about that. Anyway, so Eggman starts swinging Sonic so we can get back up in time, and... Well, I'm sorry to whoever was on a crunch to try and animate this, but Jesus Christ, what is this angle? And why does Sonic look so goofy here? So Eggman throws Sonic up and falls to his death. So, do you realize what this means? 3 separate characters have had their deaths faked out. Because we already know that Amy isn't gonna die. We already know that Eggman isn't gonna die unless they pull a comic situation and throw a wrench into Sonic cannon. And Tails, really? His sacrifice? So the Deadly Six finally realize that the best option is to attack Sonic all at once, or at least in groups of 3 it seems. Or they'll just attack Sonic one at a time again. Okay, at least they said...
This energy machine is made us way stronger!
So at least there'll be a challenge. Oh Christ. Zomom is somehow easier than before. Don't know why they all just segregated to this tiny little planet. What the fuck? Fucking really? This camera sucks ass! Okay, I won't fucking move this time. Whoa, something big's coming. Oh. Why the hell are they all using the same shadow size for all these guys? And why is this guy so big now? Who did the model sizing in this game? And why would they re-hide for forces? I mean, look at Middle here. He's huge! I know he's meant to be large here. I know. Where's Chaos, though? Where's he at, though? And that was Zone 1 of Lava Mountain. Yeah, just a boss rush. But hey, at least Act 2 is a full level. Oh.
Made of unique shapes and level design. No 2 levels are the same. No 2 levels are the same.
The visual design hasn't even been changed. It's just got purple order instead of blue. It's even got the exact same music. It just feels really lazy, especially for a level called Lava Mountain. And it's a little bit difficult. But it is, for the most part, fine. A bit cheap sometimes, but whatever. Just don't know why it's here. Well, I mean, I do. It's because it's much easier to rehash a level rather than make a new one. But why not another underground level or something?
Amy? Knuckles?
Oh wait, yeah, Knuckles is also apparently dead. 4 characters they tried to fake us out with. It's a Sonic game. Even when they intend for a character to die, they don't really die. Trying to fake out someone's death in this game, it'd be like making the theme of a Sonic game a modern-style war with, like, strategies and torture and destroying cities full of people.
Horses?
So Sonic meets up with the rest of the Zeddy, who have a crazy surprise for us. Turns out Tails has been turned into a robot. Oh man, he's definitely a robot. It's not like he was completely in control of this whole operation. Of course, Tails isn't actually a robot. He's just dicked himself out in some machinery, but wouldn't it have made a bit more sense if we didn't know whether or not Tails' hacking succeeded? Like, if he was like... Oh god, this is harder than I thought. What made me think I could reprogram an incredibly complicated program with a sandwich pick using my tail? So Tails fends off the 3 powered-up Zeddy all by himself, Sonic sees how strong he's become, and the 2 heroes set off together to finally defeat the Zeddy. Just kidding, of course. What do you think this is, a fucking partnership? Sonic tells Tails to sit his ass down and runs off by himself. So the next level starts off where I expected the first zone to start off, and of course we gotta check for secrets. Or not. So here's where we're introduced to another Wisp, Hover, on the second last level. Anyway, Hover's kind of... Well, and they'll just let you keep flapping around with it until it runs out. Anyway, the next section of this level is in a building. Anyone else catch that? Anyone? Looks like they didn't even bother programming the transfer between sections correctly, because if we take a look here... Yeah. Not to mention we keep running on nothing and then Sonic starts wall running. And here we have another baby's first ROM hack level segment. I mean, look at any other Sonic game and you'll see quality made levels. These are just fucking platforms! Like Bubsy 3D! Literally, just platforms! So here's Xena again, and this time she's relegated to the Stomp on Platform mini-boss. She also goes down in 2 hits again.
Lost to a boy.
And let's not forget how the game punishes you for successfully attacking the enemy. With damage. I mean, that's great. You know, in Sonic Heroes, your homing attack bounce doesn't go very high. However, if you keep the button held down, you can actually move surprisingly high. This game will just make you hide for you, which will normally be way too high. However...
What? No flowers?
That could have been a really cool attitude for Xena here. You know, poke fun at girl stereotypes. After all, she's a powerful Zeddy. She can shoot energy beams from her hands. How is it that I'm still finding problems with this game? Listen, if I jump, I don't want Sonic to have to start running all over again. This isn't Kingdom Hearts. Forces does this too, actually. You know what other game doesn't do that? Every other Sonic game! Hang on, did this one do it too? God damn it. How is Sonic hanging on that conveyor belt? Here's Hover again, slipping through platforms and moving up way too fast. Now how the hell was I meant to see that coming? First of all, you put me near the top of the screen, then you set me upwards at the rate of 1,000,000 miles an hour. This is, you know what, I don't even care. I just don't care. I'm done with these fucking ones. You can see why I was so distressed about them coming back in forces, although it turns out that they were the least of that game's problems. So here's Zor again, and well, he doesn't really last very long. So here's a fun alternate path bit. You get to choose whether you want to go this route, running on walls, making sure you jump at the right time, seeing if you want to nab the red ring as you go, dodging the giant missiles, or whether you want to use the wisp and just skip the entire section by watching what is essentially a cutscene. Forget using what you learned, you know, just watch the game do it for you.
You are a waste of my time, Sonic, and I despise waste.
Yep, that's right. I see here that is true. So here's the waste despiser himself, back again, and even when he turns gigantic, he's still extremely easy to beat. And boom, there we go. What a shit final boss. Oh wait, there's another final boss. And boom, there we go. What a shit final boss. Okay, no, so Sonic and Tails make it to the sucking machine, even though Sonic told Tails to wait there. And also, where are Tails' upgrades? He literally took on just 3 Zeddy by himself and got rid of them? They figure out that the machine's already been turned off, and it turns out that Eggman isn't actually dead. Wow, how about that? And of course, he's got another boss fight for us, because of course he does. That's just kind of customary at this point. They've done the same thing 3 times now. Show us the brand new villain, hype up the brand new villain, whoops, Eggman's the final boss now. You know, there have been quite a few Sonic games where the opposites happened, and their stories are generally regarded as pretty good, or at the very least quite suitable for a Sonic game, and the final fight is always a hell of a lot more climactic. Anyway, the final boss, it's well, it's got the, I mean, you can do the, I'm telling you, you got the, there's some sort of, unique. It's a unique one. I also want to say that the music's good, and I can see that I wrote that in my notes here, but I honestly can't remember it at all. It's just forgettable, I guess, even if it does sound good. So Sonic beats Eggman, and Tails starts hacking the machine, telling Sonic,
You know you never needed Eggman, right? I could have turned this thing off myself.
and that's the moral of the story, folks. World's ending, don't take the necessary precautions to ensure everything will turn out okay. Just trust in this one plan, which may or may not work. What if Zomom didn't like sandwiches, Tails? What if there was no sandwich pick to hack the computer with? What then? What if this idiot just killed you instead? What then?
I just reprogrammed his machine. to return our world's stolen energy.
But Tails, machines don't work like that. You can't reprogram a whisk to unwhisk something or for a kettle to unboil things. If the machine doesn't have the parts, it can't do shit other than what it's designed to do. Eggman built the fucking thing. If he knew the machine had the capability to do that, then he would have done it himself. He clearly doesn't want the Earth to be destroyed.
Honey, why isn't my jetpack working?
Maybe because I borrowed the exhaust hose?
Did Sonic just kill Eggman? Holy shit, they really did kill off someone this time. So Tails gives back the world its energy, which I think is just the same cutscene from before, just reversed. And the two of them go back home to Minecraft. And somehow they got there within seconds. I mean, only Sammy has been admiring their flower for quite a few hours. Wasn't the tornado back somewhere in Desert Ruins?
I would have wrapped this up sooner. But, what are you gonna do?
Did they seriously just spell that like, whatever, yeah, I don't care, I don't forget it. And then Sonic goes to sleep under a Minecraft tree. Credits roll. No, seriously, that's how it ends. Also, I can't skip the credits! Oh, cool, look at that, the cutscene I just watched. Isn't that interesting? And that's that! Sonic Lost World! I mean, that's an interesting one, I'll give it that. Oh, fuck, there's more levels, aren't there? So there's one last world. And I don't get it. I don't get why they included this. There are plenty of levels already. You'd think they'd spend the extra time just testing for bugs and shit, but nope, more levels, I guess. Well, I mean, we can always try them out, I guess. I mean, let's start with the first one. Wow, that was probably the most boring Sonic level in existence. The level
Forgot the
consists of
context. Give me a minute. Let me breathe.
literally nothing else. And it doesn't have an ending. That just ends when you run out of time. Yep. Well, now that we've beaten Rubik's Cube Land, we can move on to the second level, which is flying the tornado. Oh shit, is this the Tails theme?
When all alone in my chair, I just go about wishing. Wanna be off.
And the third one is the level based around these disappearing platforms. It's harmless, to say the least, which is all I want to say right now. I can remember I was struggling to get past these last few levels, and I'm struggling to even write about them. It's giving me PTSD. And the last level is... yeah, no, I guess we'll never figure out what that level is.
Shop Michaels for up to 70% off thousands of items. Hurry, this sale only happens 3 times a year.
Today's video is brought to you by Squarespace. Let's talk about that project you've been holding off on for far too long. You know the one, that comprehensive gallery of pizza-themed underwear.
Okay.
Or maybe you're trying to sell some pizza-themed underwear and you need an online storefront. Or perhaps you need to put a menu online for your local restaurant which sells underwear-themed pizza. What am I talking about? Okay, maybe your ambitions aren't quite that weird, or maybe they are. Either way, this is where our friends at Squarespace come in. I've personally always been intimidated at the idea of getting my own domain and my own little slice of the internet, but it took me just a handful of minutes to get down the basics once I checked out Squarespace myself. It really is. The original game's second stage, Marble Zone, we instead get Sonic 2's Chemical Plant, where they amp up the speed even further. There are a couple of spots where you can run right into an enemy, plunge into a pink watery death, and newcomers will have a stressful time with that infamous rising water section. But you are playing a video game and it will require you to face some challenges. None of this is terribly designed. The third stage, Aquatic Ruin, seems to be the answer to the watery mess of Labyrinth Zone from the first game. You still have to trudge through water if you take the lower path, but if you play well enough, you'll never even see the stuff. Plus, it's just much prettier. By now, if the game wasn't clear in its intention to improve every single aspect from the original game, along comes the fourth level, Casino Night Zone, a massive step up from Spring Yard Zone. At this point in the first game, that being the fourth zone, the difficulty spikes and the speed takes a literal dive as you waterboard the Spiklops. But by the time you reach that same point in the sequel, they've already gotten their water hazards out of the way for the rest of the game. Now it's time to play around. There's a lot more to see, explore, and do, mixing in pinball elements with Las Vegas slots. Yay, crippling gambling addiction, yay. There is one single enemy type and it shows up only a handful of times. The most dangerous portion of this zone is potentially being crushed by a platform if you're not paying attention, or more likely, just running out of time. Unlike just about every other level in this game, there's a lot to explore here. I would constantly get distracted by the pinball tables or slot machines. This level is, to me, the standout of the entire game, and it's no wonder this thing would be a constant through the rest of the series. Now, we're not going to compare every single zone to the first game selection. That's not the point of the series. I just wanted to point out the sequel's attempts to fix the problems of the first game's level designs without completely abandoning the concepts established by the first outing. The next handful of stages in Sonic 2 are great and have plenty of unique features, like Mystic Cave's fantastic music or Oil Ocean's oil. Sonic 2 also keeps a much more consistent difficulty through the entire adventure. Again, each zone has its own hazards and designs to work around, but nothing too demanding. Honestly, once you get the hang of Chemical Plant and Aquatic Ruin, the game just kind of plateaus in challenge, but it keeps it fun and breezy through the latter half of the game. Well, most of the way through. It's not until you get to Metropolis Zone does this game begin to lose its mind. It's like every frustrating idea from the second half of Sonic 1 had been hiding and waiting for you here in this stage. Don't let that music fool you. It's high energy and it's fun, yeah, but you're gonna be here a while, and it gets very annoying. Because for whatever reason, this zone has 3 acts instead of 2, and they're huge, and it's full of these pain-in-the-ass badniks. You're either gonna run into the stupid crab with his stupid arm reach, or the stupid Staryu, which may or may not activate and throw shrapnel your way, or this piece of garbage stupid Mantis and his stupid boomerang blade bullshit. No, keep watching. You sit right there. I had to go through this. No, I had to do this. You're sitting right there. Look how long this takes. This is complete insanity. I'm not really sure what the level designers were thinking when they were creating this stage. Maybe it's made to trick you into thinking this is the last level of the game? Possibly, but honestly, my main gripe isn't really even the challenge. It's this game's complete disrespect for my time, which is such a jarring shift when you compare it to the prior zones. And it's here where one of the seemingly smaller changes made in Sonic 2 actually ends up being a much bigger issue than you might have realized. And by bigger, I mean that quite literally. The Sonic sprite is way bigger than it was in the first game. And it's not like he's actually grown another foot or anything like that. He's still the same height as he was in the original game. The camera, if you can call that, is just closer to Sonic, which means everything else is closer to Sonic, which means they're limiting your field of vision, which means you're more likely to be hit by an off-screen menace. That's a nasty problem for a game designed to zip you through the stages as fast as possible, and it's especially bad for a level that demands you to jump blindly up onto a platform. Even if you know that crappy little robot is up there, what are you supposed to do about it? Maybe you'll get lucky and it's turned away or it misses you, but it's clearly put here just to piss you off. Plus, this area almost requires you to reset its stupid gimmicks. How far back do I have to go before that stupid screw comes back down? Does this ruin the rest of the experience? No, and honestly, the trial and error gameplay is well regulated thanks to the shields and the iconic ring health system. And while the enemy placement is annoying, rarely will it lead you to your death. Rings are plentiful, and you should be well aware of how that works by this point in the game. And the pitfall deaths aren't too frequent.
Oh, my ring was taken again.
A lot of the time instead
Damn.
of just flat out killing you. Something I've always loved about these games is how they always give you something new the entire adventure, and that remains true once you leave Metropolis. But unfortunately, the last couple levels have some frustrations in them as well. Sky Chase does what no Sonic game should do, and forces you to go at the level's pace, not your own. It's unique, certainly, and these little turtle bots are just about the best thing the series has ever created, but it's awkward, and if you die, well, you don't have any checkpoints up here. Sorry, pal. But hey, it's not exactly hard, and it's over pretty quickly. Thankfully, this is only 1 act long, as is the next stage, Wing Fortress. This level, I've got some mixed feelings about. You're still doing stuff you haven't seen in any other part of the game, but it does pull some nonsense that really isn't up to skill, like flinging you towards empty pits. Great, super neat, thanks. This might be the great grandpappy of all the cheap pitfall deaths that you'll be finding in later 3D Sonic games. A staple I'm not very fond of, but we'll get to that in due time. I remember having a lot of problems in this stage just because I didn't know what to do next. Can I pass under that fire safely? Where the hell do I go now? What is... But this is technically the last zone you're gonna have to play through, so it's gonna give you some grief. If nothing else, this does feel completely different from every other stage in the game. And I remember this certainly felt epic when I was a kid. The music's a little cheesy, but it does a good job telling you that you're near the end of your journey. And then we come to the final zone, the Death Egg Zone, and the last 2 fights of the game. And no rings. Alright, so if you don't know what you're doing, these fights are gonna stress the ever-living hell out of you. I remember my first time here as a kid. That creepy music track, that corridor that spits you immediately into a boss fight. This is Silver Sonic. Now, I love Dark Mirror villains. Those are basically just evil copies of a hero character. I know it's an overused trope in fiction, but I don't care. I've always loved it. So having a Sonic robot left me with some mixed emotions. One of them being, holy crap, this is a Sonic robot and that's awesome. And the other being, holy crap, I'm going to die. And you probably will. you get past this guy, you still have to deal with Robotnik and his crazy imposing mech. This final fight gave me all kinds of hell as a kid. I could never get the timing down to hit him without getting insta-killed by those stupid spiky mitts, and before long I'd be hitting the game over screen. And let me tell you just how much fun it is to be thrown back to the very beginning of the game after you worked your way up to this point. It's not fun. Now if you're finding yourself stressed and getting wrecked, just pause the game and take a break. You can't be impatient here if this is your first encounter. It's the last boss. It's tough as hell. Once you get the pattern down for these two little bastards, things actually get a little easier. Just take your time, get confident in your movement, and you'll beat these two in no time. Now, fans are split about this final encounter. Some feel it's a fair challenge. Others feel the difficulty spike is just a bit much, especially considering the rest of the game is nowhere near this hard. It made sense to have no rings in Sonic 1, but here, feels pretty inconsistent with the rest of the game, but it does give you quite the sense of accomplishment once you conquer Robotnik for the final time. And with that, you beat the game. And depending on how many Chaos Emeralds you got, you'll either be mocked again or get a better screen. Spoilers, this screen, I'm embarrassed to say, is something I did not see until I was an adult, because I never had the patience to collect all of the emeralds in this game. If you remember in the first game, if you collect 50 rings and can make your way to the end without getting hit, you can have access to a bonus stage. Beat all 6 of these stages and you get these shiny little suckers. And the good ending. They bring back the bonus stages in Sonic 2, but like the rest of the game, they've revamped everything when compared to the first. You now have 7 emeralds to collect instead of 6, and instead of collecting the 50 rings and accessing the special stage at the end of the act, you now get multiple shots at the gems at the checkpoints. If you have enough rings, a little halo of sparkles will appear above you and you can hop into it and you'll be greeted with the iconic half-pipe runway bonus stage. Completely different from the dreamlike pinball stuff from Sonic 1. So, there are some serious pros and cons to all of this, and I'll try to break it down as best as possible. See, these star posts now serve 2 purposes, and in turn this becomes a double-edged sword. What do I mean? Well, a problem comes from the placement of the star posts on the map. Every now and then they'll set them up like a normal checkpoint, like midway through a level or right before a boss fight, which is fine for a checkpoint. And sometimes they put them on these speedways so you can zip right through them, which is fine for a checkpoint. But because there are times that the game just zips you right through them, that means you have no chance of getting into a special stage. And because these are also entrances for the special stage, these star posts will show up in weird spots you have to go completely out of your way to get to. There are levels I went through without ever seeing a single star post, which isn't great if you die and have to start at the beginning of the level again. But there are other checkpoints that are set up just a few seconds after the start of a level, or set on a platform right above the other. Now, if you're emerald hunting, that's perfectly fine, but as checkpoints, that makes 0 sense. On the flip side, if you encounter a star post further into the level before touching any previous star posts, any of the previous ones you missed will automatically have been activated. And that's great as a checkpoint, because that means the game will put you in the furthest point in the level if you ever die. But as a special stage entrance, you just missed out on all of those chances to get a Chaos Emerald, making it completely pointless to backtrack. Not that you can most of the time anyway. These levels are so focused on speedways, you'll often find it impossible to go back. And even if you get into a special stage, good luck grabbing all 7 emeralds. First couple bonus stages are easy enough, but after that, you're gonna have to rely a lot on memorization to get through these frustrating stages. I know this game technically gives you way more chances to get the emerald than the first game, but honestly, the first game is nowhere near as luck-based as these are. And Sonic 2's bonus stages are, and good luck keeping hold of anything in these levels with that little shit heel right in your blue pin cushion. But more on him in a minute. The half-pipe special stages in this game are by far the most frustrating of the classic series, but I feel that they were done this way for very specific reasons. It's a little sloppy and has room for improvement, sure, but I think I can see where the developers were going for here. First, well, the design was just cool. I know that doesn't excuse the frustration, and just because a game is old doesn't mean it can't be critiqued, but I feel it's important to understand how these games were designed back then, and appreciate when developers were trying crazy new tricks in their games. Completely changing the perspective and giving the sense of running through a 3D environment was really cool, especially since the Genesis couldn't do stuff like that silly rotating nonsense of the Super Nintendo's Mode 7. Classic Sonic games always pushed the Genesis in ways that no other games could, and these stages are just another example of that. And the bonus stages do a decent job of ramping up the difficulty. And since these bonus stages are so focused on quick reactions and memorization, it will never skip ahead to another special stage if you fail the one you're on. So if you jump into a star post and fail, the next star post you jump into will be the exact same stage. You only progress to the next bonus stage if you get the emerald in the current one. That's incredibly helpful if you're trying to memorize these things one at a time. And these stages are also hard for a very good reason. Unlike the first game, which didn't give you much of anything once you got all the emeralds, this game gives you Super Sonic, which Yeah, I know, blatant ripoff, but whatever. Super Sonic looks super neato. Oh, and he also completely breaks the game. Yeah, this dude wrecks everything. He's invulnerable and even faster than before. The only things that will kill him is drowning in water, being crushed, or falling into a bottomless pit. And yes, it does drain rings and you could potentially run out, but whatever. This was the ultimate prize of the game, and back then it was one hell of a treat. See, if you're new to this game and you could just grab all 7 emeralds with relative ease, then this is your entire game. You have no challenge left until the final battle, and you're not going to be ready for it when you've been breezing through everything else with no problem whatsoever. But if you've mastered this game, and you know the layout of these stages like the back of your hand, you could have Super Sonic as early as the 2nd zone. That's insane! This was clearly made to challenge determined players and reward them with a god mode to go nuts in levels they're probably very familiar with at this point. So no, the special stages aren't perfect, but I feel they're more than justified. Besides, you could do what I did as a kid and just not care. The game plays perfectly fine on its own without ever bothering with the emeralds. If you've never played the game before, I recommend just running through without even bothering with the special stages. Game's still a lot of fun, and you can get through it without being needlessly frustrated. Once you're ready for more of a challenge, give it a shot. But once you do, be sure to go into the options menu and select Sonic only, because the default choice of the 2 characters is just going to make things needlessly harder. So yeah, we might as well talk about this little bastard. Miles Prower. Miles Prower. Yes, I see the pun, fine. But this naming convention makes no sense to me. Sonic the Hedgehog. Knuckles the Echidna. Shadow the Hedgehog. Rouge the Boo. Bat. Rouge the Bat. Miles the Prower. No, that makes no sense. That makes no sense at all. Miles Tails Prower? Tails, that's just his nickname. No, I'm serious. Look it up. That's just his nickname. Why is that just his nickname? Why do they even bother with the why Sonic isn't a nickname, he's just fast. And it's not just an appendage thing either. Knuckles is just Knuckles. No stupid puns. Here's my exaggerated feature. It's my name. My species is my title. Done. Why not just Tails the Fox? He makes no sense to me. Never did when I was little either. I mean, he does, but it's just too much. Okay, look, I had grown accustomed to Sonic Team taking what I would call an animal and then turning it into something completely unrecognizable. I was really young when I first came across Sonic. As a young boy in Iowa, I had not, up until that point, ever even heard of a hedgehog. I knew what a hedge was. I sure as hell knew what hogs were. So you can understand my confusion when I first discovered the name of this radically wonderful cartoon character. What is this crazy blue guy with the wacky shark fins on his head? Sonic. What a cool name. Sonic the Hedgehog. Look how proud that title is. It's leaping out at you. Sonic the Hedgehog. What the hell is a hedgehog? Oh, this? The baby porcupine? That's a hedgehog? Okay, well the name on the real animal alone makes no sense, let alone this smirking son of a bitch. How do you look at that and then get this? It's crazy. It's outlandish. And I loved it. But then you get to the second game, and this brand new character, and it's a fox. I mean, that's very clearly a fox. That's one basic-ass fox right there. This is what every other cartoon fox ever created looks like. This is such a weird contrast to the crazy design of Sonic. Remember how I spent like 10 minutes in the last video talking about how rad his design was? I've got nothing here. There's nothing interesting about the design of Tails. He even has 2 separate eyes. That's disgusting. Why is he even called Tails? What the hell's happening? How is he doing that? Oh, that's okay. He's got 2 tails, and he can use them as a propeller. Well, that's just dumb as hell. Okay. Bashing aside, the introduction to Miles the Prower was a big selling point for the second game. He didn't really do anything, just kind of followed you around, and could be kind of helpful. He could damage enemies and collect rings, but never take away from your ring count if you ever got hit. Unless, of course, you're in a special stage where he can take damage and can take away from your total rings. Oh, and they require you to get even more than if you were just playing Sonic by yourself, because he's just so helpful. So what the hell is the point of Tails? Well, as the oldest brother in my household, that answer is easy. This is little brother mode. This is little sister mode. This is significant other mode. This is parent mode. Mario had his Luigi. Ever since the very first Mario game, you could play the green version of the famous plumber. Granted, you couldn't play him at the same time. You had to take turns with every level, or when one of you died, or whatever. I can't really remember. The point is, it involved somebody else into the mix. Sonic couldn't pull any of this off, at least not in any traditional sense. If you took turns like Mario, well, that slowed the pace down of a very speedy game. They wanted Sonic to be faster than ever. They couldn't make players wait as the other took their turn to finish an act. And if they had 2 players on the screen at the exact same time with the exact same camera priority, well, obviously you'd slow the game down even further the moment you forced the camera to battle between the 2 of you. No. The only way to make this work was to either do a split screen race, or just have some whatever character that never took attention away from the Sonic player, or cost Sonic any rings or deaths. So Sega went with both of those options. Have a younger sibling who wants to play too? Just hand them the second controller. They can go hog wild without ever taking away from your experience. Now this sucks for any competent player, but that's what the split screen mode is for. So no, Tails isn't my favorite character, but I certainly respect the little guy. Even if you didn't have anybody else to play with and you were just a fan of the Fox, you could play him by himself. I mean, you couldn't make him fly, but whatever, they'd fix that in later games, which we're gonna get to soon, because this is basically all I have to say about Sonic 2. This was kind of a rambling mess that got off topic of the game itself, but like I said, there wasn't a whole lot of bad to get into here. This is still a favorite of many Sonic fans out there, and for good reason. There's a wide variety of levels, all of their own unique styles, layouts, and challenges. This game feels much more confident in its design, which complements the Hedgehog's attitude wonderfully. It celebrates his speed, and instead of removing the experimental designs from the first game, they refined them to better suit the speed of the Hedgehog. And look, I don't care if you like Super Mario World more than Sonic 2, or Mega Man, or any of that nonsense. This game is still great, but you probably knew that before you got into this video. Are there problems? Yes. Sonic 2 may be a more refined Sonic experience, but I don't think it's quite as refined when compared to the likes of Mario World. But that's how gamers have always seen it, right? Sonic has never been as polished as Mario, but he's never been as boring either. That's part of the charm. His games are chaotic and a little rough around the edges, but even today there's still plenty of fun. If you haven't played this game in a while, or this is your first time picking it up, I will always recommend experiencing it with a controller, but if you don't have one handy, the mobile port is surprisingly fantastic. I still prefer buttons, but really the mobile versions are the best way to play these games if you only have a touchscreen to work with. They make some massive improvements to the original and added some cool extras. Even the half-pipe stages are completely redone and a little more tolerable. And weirdly enough, Sonic translates a lot better to touchscreens than most other traditional platformers thanks to the super simple controls and forgiving ring death health system. It takes a special kind of developer to take a game that was never intended to be played on the phone, and in many ways, somehow improve the experience. But we'll be talking more about those guys in the future. For now, this is all I got for Sonic 2. Hello there, I'm Nick, and this is the Game Apologist, where we look for the good in bad games. But if you've been following along with this coverage of classic Sonic titles, so far we've had no real trouble finding the good in, well, great games. And we still have a little ways to go before... For now, let's focus on what may be the first actual divisive game in the mainline Sonic series, Sonic CD. Released on the Sega CD, an add-on for the Sega Genesis that really deserves its own episode, Sonic CD is often the first title you'll hear when asking for recommendations for this weird quasi-system. But if that's the case, what makes it so divisive? Well, a few things, but in this debate it's mostly among Sonic fans. And really it's generally over where this game stands in rankings when compared to other classic Sonic titles. As it is by itself, it's a really good game. So we'll be tackling this with the bias of a Sonic fan. A real challenge for me, let me tell you. So if you're on the outside looking in, I'll do my best to give you an understanding of why fans debate this title even today. I recommend checking out my videos covering Sonic 1 and 2 if you haven't yet, because I'm going to be referencing those games a lot this time around. The divisive nature of this game really reinforces the theme of duality found within the game and the real-world production of the title. Right at the beginning of this game, way back even in the conception stage, this game was set on a divergent path. It's like a parallel universe Sonic 2. That's because the developers behind the original Sonic game were split in two, then formed their own separate groups and went on to develop two Sonic sequels at the same time. Yuji Naka and Sega Technical Institute would work on Sonic 2 in America, while Naoto Oishima got his own team and went to work on CD in Japan. This also, strangely enough, kind of parallels the dual sequel development of Sonic's rival, Mario. And that duality continues within the game itself. Two versions of the future, two different endings, two different soundtracks, even two different Sonics. But we'll get into all that later as we pick apart this game. Anyway, we now have two different sequels to Sonic the Hedgehog, a game with very simple mechanics and a strong first outing, but one that could be improved upon. The two sequels would expand the original game and tackle its issues in wildly different ways. Like I said in my first video, a common gripe about Sonic 1 was that Green Hill was the best level of the game. A tropical jungle gym where the player could get used to Sonic's physics and momentum on a multi-layered map full of places to explore. The problem being that once that opening zone was completed, you were left with a more traditional linear platforming experience, or levels that never fully utilized Sonic's abilities. Sonic 2 solved this by practically remaking the first game. It streamlined a lot of its levels to keep the player moving as quickly as possible, removing a lot of the exploration and vertical nature of Green Hill Zone, and reworking a lot of the mechanics and themes that were introduced through the first game, giving them simplified but distinctive themes and layouts. This makes Sonic 2 much more accessible, and in turn, it feels like it's meant to replace the original game. You could play Sonic 2 without ever touching the first game and be perfectly fine. Sonic CD, on the other hand, feels like it went the complete opposite way in terms of design. And because of this, in some ways, it feels more like a true sequel than Sonic 2 does. If I had to sum it up in one statement, Sonic CD is made for Sonic gamers. Meaning you're probably going to have a much better time with this if you've had prior experience with the Hedgehog. Not for any narrative reasons. Classic Sonic has always been light on story. This one has Sonic trying to rescue a brand new character in a brand new location. Sonic's literally on a different planet in this game, so no real continuity to worry about. No, this game feels like if you were a fan of the first Sonic game and wanted more of that game, well, CD would be right up your alley. Sonic CD was released on the Sega CD after all, an add-on to the Sega Genesis. It wasn't likely that your very first experience with the Hedgehog would be with this title when Sonic 1 and 2 were already available on the base system. You'd be picking up this monstrosity to get even more Sonic, and that's exactly what this game is. A whole lot more Sonic. Or Sonic 1, anyway. Sonic CD doesn't mean to refine, but just add more of everything. It brought the design philosophy of Green Hill and applied it to every single level of this game, and then it just got excessive with it. And this is one of the major reasons why this game is so divisive to so many Sonic fans. All the visual details that made Green Hill pop are now everywhere through the entire game. But it also makes the game feel a little bit dated. The design is cluttered, chaotic, and incredibly 90s. Every level looks like it'd be right at home on the cover of a Trapper Keeper. Like so many things from the early 90s, a lot of these designs are throwing too many ideas together. Barely cohesive, messy experiments with no focal point for your eye to follow. The colors are vibrant, the backgrounds are incredibly detailed, but it's all over-designed and messy. And I feel like this is in direct contrast with Sonic's design. I went into this in great detail in my first Sonic video, so I'll try to keep it short. But a point I made about the characters looked at, even if there were obvious 90s ideas at play, they kept it simple enough to make it iconic and timeless. These levels, on the other hand, are so loud that they could glitch out and you probably wouldn't even notice a difference. And it's not just in the aesthetics that feel over-designed, but the level layouts as well. I've said it plenty. Green Hill in Sonic 1 is a jungle gym. It's less about running to the end really quickly, at first at least, and more about using your speed to play around and explore the many gimmicks. But once you learned how Sonic played and how this world works, then you could very easily zip through the zone in a matter of seconds. The rest of Sonic 1 feels underdeveloped in comparison to the first zone, and Sonic CD solves this by turning every level into Green Hill Zone. Not in theme, at least not after Palm Tree Panic, but just in the sense that they are jam-packed with things to do. There is a massive emphasis on exploration through this entire game. All these levels feel like two-dimensional mountains. For a game that requires you to move horizontally to complete levels, it's incredibly vertical in design, and they become full-on labyrinths in later stages. Unlike Sonic 2, this game wants you to backtrack. It wants you to eat up as much of the allotted 10 minutes as possible. And that's where it kind of loses the whole point of Green Hill. Unless you're very committed to speedrunning this thing and dedicate some time and talent, you're going to find it somewhat difficult to zip through any of CD's levels. But it's not without purpose. Exploration is now an important part of the new gameplay gimmick: time travel. There are actually 4 versions of every zone built into this game: past, present, good future, and bad future. To get the good future, you are required to do some exploring. They didn't put in all this effort just so you could rush your spiny butt through this entire game without appreciating all of their hard work. Actually, finding a nice clear space to speed up is a challenge within itself, as speed is required to move you through time. Once you hit a past or future signpost, you need speed to activate the mechanic. Once you hit the necessary velocity, bright sparks will flash behind Sonic, and it's important to keep him going while the sparks are going off. As you'll notice, the little time icon will begin to flicker. If you come to a stop during this crucial period, the sign will vanish, and with it, your portal into the past or future, meaning you've got to do some more exploring to find another sign, find another clear path to stay at top speed, and then get into the past so you can make out with Sonic's mom. Should I keep referencing Back to the Future? I mean, I got this in Doctor Who. That's the only time travel references I know to make here. You're actually running through time to find robot generators. You take this sucker out in the past, and it destroys all remaining robots and makes a good future for that act, which are renamed zones in this game, even though that term had already been established, so I don't really know why they changed it. It's another needless complication. Speaking of weird changes, there is a weird little difference they made with the robots in this game. Normally in a Sonic game, you destroy these suckers and a little animal pops out. In this game, they swapped out the little animals with flowers. Not entirely important, but it's there. I don't know if it's just because these levels are larger in this game than the others, but it does feel like there are less enemies in this game compared to other classic Sonic games. And the flowers are actually an interesting way to keep track of how many baddies there are in each level. Since flowers can't scamper away like the animals do in the other games, these These almost act like a trail of breadcrumbs to let you know where you've already explored, which can be really helpful when you're trying to track down a generator. And once you do destroy a generator, it destroys all the other robots in the level, and now the landscape will be sprinkled with fresh vegetation. But if you do miss your little animals, you can also track down a secondary machine which projects a hologram that, oh my god. We'll get more in depth with this woodland critter curb stomper a little later, but for now, all you need to know is you have to wreck these holograms like you would a generator, and you'll now have animals dancing around through the land. It doesn't really do anything, but if you want to feel like a Disney princess, you certainly have this option. While I don't mind this weird little change, I do kind of mind that they renamed the acts into zones. I know this point is incredibly nitpicky, but acts and zones were another little way that Sonic Team used to stand out from other platformers of the day. Instead of levels, these were zones, and that kind of put a weird ownership on this design. I know this is a small detail, but it feels like a needless complication. In fact, this game feels like it's full of needless complications, as you'll also see in Sonic's new moves. They have the spin dash like Sonic 2, but for whatever reason, it doesn't share that excellent revving animation. It's just a standard ball, and it's incredibly gimped to Sonic 2's version. You only get one set speed, you can't rev it up to make it go faster, and it's never as fast as Sonic 2's. They try to make up for this by adding the super peel out, which instead of pressing down an A, you now press up an A. And it's basically the same as a spin dash, you're just not in ball form. Now the animation looks awesome, and it does give you more speed than the spin dash, but it also lacks the protection provided by the spin dash. You can barrel through robots while you're rolled up, but the peel out leaves you vulnerable to take damage at high speeds. Now again, it's important to note that this wasn't made after Sonic 2. It was made at the same time and across the world during a time when the internet wasn't exactly a huge thing. Who knows how many notes were shared between the two separate development teams? And maybe they were trying to do some risk-reward thing by having players choose between more speed or more defense. I don't really know. But the complexity doesn't stop there. A lot of the fans feel the new gimmick also makes progress somewhat tedious. The time traveling has led to some gripes I see fairly often among Sonic fans. Some just feel it's far too different from traditional Sonic gameplay, and since levels are designed around the mechanic, it leads to a less enjoyable experience if you're trying to play this like a normal Sonic game. That's just a complaint to these particular critics. There are other fans who love this mechanic, but even among these fans, I see some consistent complaints pop up from time to time, namely with the future versions of each zone. Are you still with me? Alright, well hang on, it's about to get even more confusing, so try to keep up. Each level starts you off in the present, and you're required to go into the past if you want to destroy the robot generator to ensure the level has a good future. So you have reason to be in the past and present, but the game provides no real purpose to explore the future version of each level, because there's nothing in that particular time zone for you to track down. If anything, it acts as something of a punishment if you roll through the wrong sign and you don't slow down fast enough before the time travel kicks in, and sends your TARDIS colored hedgehog into the future, adding yet another layer of finding a sign, finding a space to pick up speed, going back in time, where you get to the present, where you have to find a sign, find some space to pick up speed, go back in time all over again, all while eating up precious time you could be using to hunt down a generator. I'm pretty okay with this setup. If you don't take care and watch your speed while you have a future sign, the game launches you forward in time and shows you what will happen to this world if you don't track down that generator. It's always dark and dreary. These bad futures aren't designed to be pleasant. Unlike Sonic 1 and 2, it shows there are actual repercussions to this world if Sonic doesn't do any of the secondary. Hello there, I'm Nick, and this is the Game Apologist, where we look for the good in bad games. So, as you can imagine, I am a massive Sonic fan. Like millions of others, the first time I saw the blueberry beast from the east speed across the checkered loops of Green Hill Zone, I wanted to run right alongside gaming's favorite pincushion, and I haven't looked back since. Sonic came out in a world already dominated by Mario and Mega Man, yet he still sped his way to the top of the platforming world in my eyes, building off the spiny backs of stellar entries that continue to get better and better with each release, culminating in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, my favorite game of all time. I had stayed with Sonic on this journey for this long, and he had never let me down. So of course I was excited for the Sega Saturn. That would be my go-to system when it was time to part ways with the 16-bit generation. 3D gaming was all the rage at the time. Sega's rival, Nintendo, and the new contender, the Sony PlayStation, were all about it. The Saturn could produce 3D games, but even back then we were well aware it would not be able to pack the same punch as its rivals. And that was totally fine for me. Look, whatever anyone wants to tell you these days, we were well aware that 3D games looked like crap back then. This isn't a realization with age. When I saw what the PlayStation was and what it could produce, I was not about it. But the Saturn apparently would focus on what already worked, 2D games. I had grown up loving that and wanted more of that. Great, sign me up. I can't wait to see what Sonic has to offer. 23 years. 23 years! That's how long we've had to wait for Sonic to truly return to form. Not saying there hasn't been some fantastic stuff in the meantime, don't get me wrong, but for whatever reason, Sega could never recapture the magic that was the Genesis Sonic games. They tried many times, with some attempts more successful than others, but it seems they had to wait for the fans to grow up to find what this series has been lacking for so long. And that's where Sonic Mania comes in. And really, I can't think of a more fitting title to describe the fervor surrounding the release of this game. Sonic Mania is great. And that's probably no surprise to you. Everyone else is exclaiming the same, and they have far bigger audiences than I do. GameSpot's reviewer declared this the greatest Sonic game ever made. Jim Sterling, famous among Sonic fans for not enjoying the beloved Sonic colors, absolutely adores this game. Even IG, Sonic was never good N, has given this game an 8.7, a great score. For 2 decades, Sonic has been the butt of every joke in gaming culture. But it's as if overnight, all the Hedgehog haters just disappeared. They used to laugh and call him names, never let him play any Hedgehog games, but the bright light of Mania has shone through all the crap to remind everyone that Sonic was not only good, but for a brief moment, he was key. So yes, Mania certainly has no place on a show called The Game Apologist. But like I said on every other episode that covers a good Sonic game, we have to cover all of it to understand where everything goes wrong. And while I would have liked this episode to come out after a couple of other episodes, my personal life has been terrible. And priorities fell apart. Not trying to overshare here, but I say this for a couple of reasons. One, just to anybody who's watching these videos as they come out, I wanted to release the Mania episode in a timely fashion while we're all still talking about it. And 2, the history with the hog and what's going on with me at the current moment is to let you guys know that, while this is kind of a review, understand that this comes with an extreme bias. Sonic Mania is the reason I bought a Sega Saturn. Sonic Mania is the reason I've remained a fan that could wait for 23 years for a game like this. A game I've dreamt about. A game I never thought could happen. A game that's coming out at a time in my life where I desperately need a distraction. I need this game to be good. I don't normally cover brand new games, especially with this show, because I feel that people need to calm down from the initial impressions before passing final judgment. And fans like myself have been waiting for this game for a very long time. So it can be easy to interpret my opinions as fanboy hype or nostalgic curmudgeonry when I compare it to previous games. I want you guys to understand all this while going into the rest of the video. Now look, if you just want a review that's going to give you the general consensus of what everyone else wants to hear, well, you've got IGN for that. But if you want to know the thoughts of someone who has actually loved these games their whole life, someone who knows the Sonic series inside and out, someone who can give you some insightful views and some really in-depth analysis, well, I'm sure Johnny has a video out there somewhere, but before you click on that, I'm more than happy to provide. So quick overview, what is Sonic Mania? Well, it's kind of like a soft reboot, the Jurassic World or Episode 7 of the Sonic series. It's trying out some new things, but basically just reworking what's been lying dormant for years in a new package just to prove that they could take up the reins of this franchise. At its core, it's another fast-paced 2-dimensional platformer where you run from left to right across loops, pits, and the like, while you collect life-saving rings, jump on robots, spin giant pictures of your face. It's a Sonic game. If you don't know how those work, well, you've got all the internet at your disposal. Go crazy. Or you can just watch my other Sonic videos if you want. Please do that. I need your attention so bad. But you probably don't need me to tell you how a Sonic game plays. And again, you don't need me to tell you that this particular one is fantastic. Everyone agrees. So much so that plenty of people are calling this the best Sonic game ever made. Even if you're not a Sonic fan, this is the game to play to fully understand why this hedgehog is so beloved. But is it? Well, this is the Game Apologist. We have to understand the bad before we get into the good. So what bad is there? Well, not much, but there are plenty of reviewers saying that this game has some small hiccups, like getting trapped in random spots of the level or the music randomly cutting out. Nothing a reset can't fix, and nothing that's going to ruin your overall experience, but I understand the annoyance. And I know this is weird, but the music cutting out is strangely nostalgic to me. That's an issue I would come across every now and then while playing my Sega Saturn. I doubt the glitch was intentional, but that was a strange way to dig up memories. Others point out that there are just flaws in general with classic Sonic gameplay, be it running into an enemy, having to give up control on occasion, the difficulty spike of later stages, you know, the normal noise. And yeah, I see what you mean. For example, that stupid water shaft and chemical plant has killed the crap out of me multiple times. Not by drowning, never by drowning, but by simply hitting the speed booster and being launched to my death by those stupid freaking blocks. Then you couldn't space these out a little bit better? And yes, sometimes you don't have anything to do but sit back and enjoy the loop-de-loops for a second. But this game does a spectacular job of balancing the platforming and breakneck speed better than, well, I think better than any other Sonic game. And as for the difficulty spikes, well, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, that's how platformers work. They start off easier and become more challenging as the game progresses. And I thought this game did a wonderful job amping up the difficulty as it went on. And let's see, what else? Oh, the new drop dash. Some people don't like that very much. I've heard some people say it's underutilized, and I've heard other people saying that it's gotten them killed many times. To the latter, I don't know how you're managing to kill yourself, but you can always play with Tails if you're going to be a baby about it. And as for the underutilized, yeah, that's a good thing. You remember the last time they tried to force you to play with new movesets? It's distracting. The drop dash is clearly meant for speedrunners. It's a simple mechanic that lets you hit the ground with a spin dash, but you need to keep the jump button held down until Sonic makes contact with the earth. I've never accidentally induced a drop dash. I've always had to actively go for it. And really, when I tried to adapt it into my moveset, it became very natural very quickly. I love it. Granted, I understand if you've accidentally done it before. I can see how it happens. But not to get too spoilery, if you beat the game, you can play other ways, or you can just use one of the other characters. Otherwise, that's about it when it comes to general complaints. So with that said, is it the best Sonic game ever made? Well, I don't really know how much of an authority GameSpot's reviewer is when it comes to Sonic. I mean, he seems to know his stuff, and he's a paid professional, and I'm just some jerk on YouTube, so what do I know? But I feel like GameSpot's been a bit quick on the greatest of all time declarations this year, as you might have seen in my other video. Now, don't get me wrong, like I've said and will say 1,000 times in this video, I love this game. This is the game I've always dreamt about. This is the game I've always wanted. This is almost as perfect of a Sonic experience as I could have ever hoped for. But I don't think this is the best Sonic game ever made. Nor do I think this is the first game you should play if you're jumping into this series. Because this game is not made for newcomers. Does it have some of the greatest level design in the series? Some of the greatest boss battles? And the most refined controls we've ever seen? Possibly. Can newcomers jump in and have a great time? Absolutely. But that said, this is a Sonic game made by Sonic fans for Sonic fans. This game is made with a level of love, attention, and passion we have never seen before with this series. And because of that, it's a little selfish. Green Hill is the playground it always has been, but it's full of so much more to do, and it comes with an intimidating mini-boss fight at the end of the first act. This mini-boss is harder than the actual first boss of the first game, and when you get to Mania's first real boss fight, it's the final boss from Sonic 2. It's repurposed, yes, and it's awesome for someone like me, but this is an insane amount of stuff to throw at a brand new Sonic player. And the game never lets up. All of the levels have a lot to do in them, and there are a lot of levels. And almost all of the bosses have an insane level of intricacy and last for a long time. Seriously, almost all of them would have been considered endgame battles for earlier Sonic games. And surprise, surprise, Metal Sonic is once again the best fight in this game. Again, all of this is awesome for someone like me. Someone who's grown up with these games and has been desperately wanting more, but more in the sense of more challenge for someone who's already mastered the mechanics of the games I've been playing for 25 years. But a newcomer? Again, I'm sure they're gonna have plenty of fun, but this is made for Sonic fans. And not just because this game is filled to the brim with clever nods and Easter eggs, but because this game puts those tried and true skills to the test. This mixes in a lot of old levels, sure, but it also mixes in a lot of unique gimmicks with each zone. And since these guys have been dreaming up ways to tweak said levels for over 20 years, they're expanded into so much more than they ever originally were meant to be, even going so far as to mix in elements from other older levels. I guarantee I had an easier time with some of these obstacles just because I've played them to death in other games. But for a newbie, this is a lot to learn. It's never overwhelming and it's never a mess. This game is brilliantly designed, but you'll probably do a lot better against the Sonic 2 chicken shooters or CD's annoying electric grates while exploring Sonic & Knuckles' flying battery zone just because you've played those games before and you know how to handle them. While I can pick up the simple story of Mania without any prior knowledge, there's still little things you might be confused about, namely with the Time Stone. To an outsider, how is that stupid gem any different from the ones you're collecting in the special stages? I have a gem? Why can't I invert colors and warp or whatever the hell that other thing does? You have Time Stones and Chaos Emeralds in the same game, and I love it. So no, I don't think this is the game to show for first-time Sonic players. If they're gonna play anything, have them play Sonic 1. At the very least, the first level of Sonic 1, which is still far and away one of the greatest opening levels ever made in gaming history. After that, have them jump on to Sonic 2 or Sonic 3 Knuckles, and if they like those games and want to try something a little bit different, Sonic CD. After all that, then I would play Mania. You'll not only be ready for the challenge, but you'll get all of these loving references, and it's technically a continuation of the classic game's storyline. So yes, with all of this said, I also obviously don't feel that this is the greatest Sonic game ever made. This is. And yes, I've had 23 years as opposed to a couple of days to form that particular opinion, but just hear me out. Brilliant boss fights and levels aside, Sonic 3 and Knuckles has an incredibly important element that Mania severely lacks. Cohesion. Everything flows together brilliantly in Sonic 3. A consistent theme, art style, soundtrack, gameplay, and I'll gush more about that game in its own episode. But my point is, this cohesion guided the player through the loops, runways, and narrative while expertly ramping up the difficulty without ever becoming overwhelming. For the first time in the series, it made sense how Sonic got from zone to zone. The emeralds mattered to the overall narrative, and in turn, amped up their importance. And it all culminated in one of the only boss battles that made sense for Super Sonic, or, if you're good enough, Hypersonic, an awesome secondary form we have never seen since this game. Mania, on the other hand, feels like a strange hodgepodge of levels. And I mean, that's well and fine, because that's exactly what it is. But for someone like me, not the greatest of the series. Maybe the greatest hits of the series. Plenty of people call Sonic Mania the true Sonic 4, but to me it's more like a Sonic Jam 2. Maybe it's just me, but I notice a drastic difference in the art styles while jumping from zone to zone in Mania. The chrome-like sheen of Sonic 3 and Knuckles levels, the over-designed messes of CD's levels. Also, good job Mania for making Metallic Madness actually manageable. I mean, it's not a big deal. And again, I love it, but if we're going to be talking about the greatest of the series, I feel like that matters. And while I feel like the challenge makes a decent ramp up in Mania, the boss fights are way too long and all over the place in terms of challenge. Again, I love them, but by the time you get to the final encounter, as good as it is, it feels, well, a little underwhelming when you consider some of the fights that came before. Sonic 3 had a nice, steady uptick with each and every encounter with Robotnik, with the final few fights feeling more drastic and dynamic, and the final fight unlike anything else in the series. And those zone and act transitions, they're back in Mania. Sometimes. I feel like they wanted their cake and eat it too on this front, because this is never consistent. Sometimes we see Sonic and pals go to the next level, sometimes the screen cuts to black, sometimes they stand and pose once they hit the goalpost, other times they speed right on past because that looks cool, only to then awkwardly walk back onto the screen once the second act starts. I have to keep stressing that none of this actually matters. These are just silly little animations, but it's just another example why I feel Sonic 3 is better. 3 was trying to be its own game. Mania is trying to be all of the other games. And again, that's great! For me, none of this is a negative in my book. I love seeing all the old levels. I love the few new ones. I enjoy these crazy elaborate boss fights and these expansive maps. I just feel, pound for pound, Sonic 3 Knuckles still remains the greatest this series has ever been. But the fact that fans are even debating this should tell you something about Mania on the whole. Regardless of where you stand on that debate, this is a fantastic game, and a very important one to boot, because we have not seen the classic gameplay done like this for a very long time. It's mind-boggling. For over 20 years, Sega could never make the games feel as good as they did. Mania not only makes it feel as good, but it improves upon it. The Collector's Edition might have Sonic propped on a Genesis, but make no mistake, this game is caught in the swervy S-shaped ring of the Sega Saturn. You'll hear it all over the place in these reviews. Feels like a long-lost 2D Sonic game for the Sega Saturn. The sprites have extra animation. The maps are far more lively than they've ever been. They even bring back crunchy, low-polygon graphics for the 3D stages and some other level trappings. Exactly like the Saturn. And I'm sure I'm not the only one to notice how much of T-Lope's amazing soundtrack reminds them of Knights, Klonoa, or other 32-bit era platformers. This game is more powerful than any other Genesis Sonic game. It could not fit onto a Genesis card, but I would bet good money that this could fit on a Sega Saturn CD just fine. I mean, really look at that file size. The actual Sonic Sega Saturn games took up more memory than this thing. And for real, I paid so much money just to have a Sega Saturn version of this game, oh my god.
The team behind Mania did not set out to make another Genesis game. They set out to make a Sega Saturn game. And that's important, because it would not have been enough to just recreate the classic games with a safe, bare-bones Sonic game. We already got that with Sonic Advance. The team behind Mania grew up loving Sonic games. Like me, they probably also got their hands on Sega Saturns with the same hopes, waiting for a stellar Sonic game that would never come to pass. And while there were games to love on Saturn, it left Sonic fans wanting, teasing us with cameos, spin-offs, or repackaging what we've already had. Even the ridiculous Genesis add-ons had their own Sonic games. How could they skip on an entire console? The Saturn was a commercial failure, and Sega would make one more glorious shot at the console wars with the Sega Dreamcast, bringing with it Sonic Adventure, the series' first full attempt at making the transition into 3D. But with it, it marked the end of classic Sonic. Really, the last time we would see the classic Sonic style would be with Sonic R of all things. The Sega Saturn did not have much going for it, but kids like myself developed something of a Sega Stockholm syndrome. We embraced the little we could and squeezed every ounce of enjoyment out of it.
The system never got to reach its full potential. I mean, neither did the Dreamcast, but at least we got a couple of solid Sonic games out of it. The lack of a mainline Sonic on the Saturn is a glaring hole in Sega's history. Or at least that's how I've always felt. But considering how unpopular the system was, I just assumed I was some weirdo strangely fixated on a garbage machine. Mania shows me that I was not alone in that thought. And I'm so grateful that there were other fans out there who actually did something about it. Despite my comparisons to Sonic 3 or my concern for newer gamers, I love this game. I love it so much! It picked up where the classic series left off as if the 21st century never happened, and I love it! I love the level choices. I love the complicated bosses. I love the extensive maps. I love having blue spheres back. I love all the cool unlockables it gives. I love that they're unlockables and not some stupid DLC. I love those crunchy lo-fi polygons. I love that this feels like a Sega Saturn game getting a ton of love and attention that it never would have back in 1995. I don't care if all of this praise is coming from fair-weather fans. I love the joy and enthusiasm this game evokes. It's oozing with love and personality in each and every pixel. I don't care if it's not perfect. I don't need it to follow a rigid structure of rules like Mario. I don't need it to be soul-crushingly hard like Mega Man. And I sure as hell don't need it in 4K like Crash Bandicoot. This game is just an absolute joy. It is so happy to be here, and we are so happy to have it. Because what I love most of all is how I have to keep reminding myself that this is a brand new Sonic game. A game that has finally nailed the classic gameplay to the point where I was never distracted. I was right back in the zone and as comfortable with this entry as I would have been with any of the other games. It's like I've been playing this game since 1995. So thank you, Christian Whitehead, Stealth, T-Lopes, everyone at Pagoda Games. You guys are the best of the best when it comes to Sonic fans. And Sonic fans are notorious for being one of the worst fan bases in geek culture. But nowhere this week am I seeing any jokes about the Sonic cycle or cringy fan art, which I'm sure we'll get back to once the DeviantArt simulator comes out. This game is important. It shows what the fan base is capable of, despite how embarrassing it can be to be a Sonic fan. A handful of the fans rose above it and showed everyone what this fan base is capable of, what my beloved Saturn was capable of, what Sonic is capable of. Sonic was always and will always be good. And if you don't agree, you can call the cops. Mania, in my book, is not the best Sonic game ever made, but it is a clear sign that this team is well on their way to create the best Sonic game. The next time Sega's bold enough to slap a number behind Sonic's name, they better have these guys behind the wheel.
And spoilers, I am aware of the connection the true ending of this game has with Sonic Forces, and I understand why that's rubbing people the wrong way. For me, I'm gonna play Forces anyway, but I do find it annoying that it does make Mania feel like the appetizer to Forces' main course when, let's be real here, Mania's gonna outsell and outperform Forces on every single level. Only one of these two games is gonna be up for a Game of the Year nod. And how crazy is it that we not only have a Sonic game, but like a long-lost Sega Saturn game in 2017 that's going to be talked about at the very least when it comes to Game of the Year. That's what makes this game so special, not only to the Sonic fans, but to gaming as a whole. I've seen so many lists of gaming franchises that need to die, and I've seen so many other lists of the worst gaming consoles of all time. And you better believe that Sonic and the Saturn show up on those every single time. But here we are with the Sega Saturn Sonic game that's just resonating with all of us. Everybody's having a great time with this game. Look, I didn't make this video to pick fights with any other Sonic fans. We have enough infighting as it is. I was just giving my own personal opinion on it. This game doesn't need to be the best of the series, and even if you think it is, good for you. It's a great choice. Just for the first time in a long time, I feel good about the future of this franchise, and I can't wait to see what's next.
Hello there, I'm Nick, and today I'm quickly going to go over my initial thoughts on Sonic Mania Plus. It's great. Shocking, I know. I actually got lucky and got this game a day early, which is surprising since Amazon was a few days late to deliver the Sonic Mania Budget Edition to me last year, so I ended up buying the digital version on my Xbox just so I could pretend I bought some slight variation, and because I couldn't wait 2 freaking days just to play this thing. But I got this one early and on the Switch. What I'm saying is I own 3 copies of this game. And you might notice I'm not actually showing you any recorded footage, and I'm just using the game's promotional material. That's because my Switch's power supply is literally in another state at the moment, and while I could very easily spend the $5 extra to upgrade my PS4 or Xbox One copy, I'm not really inclined to spend any more money because I have 3 copies of this game! Is it worth the $5 upgrade if you already own Mania? Well, that depends. For hardcore Sonic fans, obviously you've already purchased it and these words are wasted on you. In fact, you probably bought yourself the physical copy, even though it's 30 bucks on its own. And yeah, sure, you already bought the special edition of the vanilla game last year, but now it comes in a shiny box with a reversible Genesis cover, even though it would make more sense to be a reversible Saturn cover. But my point is, you already have 3 copies of this game. I don't need to tell the hardcore Sonic fan base this is worth their time. Obviously, this is worth your time, but I should make it absolutely clear that this is for people who love Mania and want any kind of excuse to jump back in. If you bought the original game last year because of the hype, or you wanted a quick nostalgia fix, and you rolled through the main game once and never bothered with the emeralds, I'd probably skip it. There's not much here for you to enjoy. What you get with your $5 are Mighty and Ray, 2 characters long overdue for a return to the series, one of which was never in a proper side-scrolling Sonic-style game. Now, classic Sonic works because of the simplicity of the controls. You need to do everything you're capable of doing with one button in the directional pad. So I was really curious to see how these two would work with such limitations in place, and I'm happy to say they pulled them off quite well. I could have done without the direct correlation to Super Mario World's cape, but Ray's gliding ability works quite well, and honestly a little smoother than the plumber. Granted, none of the levels really feel designed around the mechanic, but I need to play around with the game a little bit more to get a better opinion on that. I know some levels force me to use it in clever ways to reach spots I wanted to get to. Mighty seems a little better designed. He has modern Sonic's Insta-Stomp, which can ram you through certain spots in the ground, which by itself is fine, but he's also invulnerable to spikes and small projectiles in ball form. I thought it was really clever. It's hard to mess with the traversal outside of what Knuckles and Tails already provide, so adding some protection from common hazards proved very valuable in spots I gotta play as Mighty. I say spots I gotta play him because this game also comes with an encore mode and does some things I was not expecting from this update. Instead of lives in this mode, you instead have the party of 5 playable characters to work with. That's it. You play Sonic in the returning Angel Island zone, and then you pick Ray or Mighty, and from there you will constantly have 2 characters on screen at any given time, provided you can keep them alive a la Donkey Kong Country. And also like Kong, you can swap between the 2 characters with a press of a button, just so long as you're standing still. You can rescue even more characters via character monitors or the new pinball bonus stage that swaps out Blue Sphere. Now all of this comes at the sacrifice of building specific levels for specific characters. But I thought this was a really smart way to try out all of the characters without having to play through the same game 5 times over. They even provide some new monitors that randomly swap out playable characters with someone else in your roster if you have them available. It's fantastic. That system aside, the rest of Encore mode is basically New Game Plus. No, I get it. You get what you'd expect from such a mode. Some variations in the level layouts, and I really need to give this game a little more time, because while a lot of the levels just seem like palette swaps, and side note, Stardust Speedway's second act colored like Sonic CD's original Bad Future was a wonderful touch. Well done, guys. Anyway, yeah, while a lot of these levels feel like palette swaps, I did notice some of the levels seemed a little more challenging than before. But hey, it could have just been a bad run. I don't know, that's why this is just an initial impressions video. I also have to say it's initial impressions because so far, in my 7 attempts to get the emeralds, I currently have 0. They updated the giant ring locations and the bonus levels within, and they are hard. It's been a long time since I've been challenged by a Sonic bonus stage, so I'm excited to master these and see what they unlock. And that's about all I've tried so far. I haven't touched the multiplayer, and I need to do a really deep dive on these other tweaks and mechanics. But this is everything I noticed in my first playthrough. My first thoughts are, yeah, level transitions and new characters are pretty nice, but it's basically the same game and I'm perfectly content with that. I feel justified in my purchase. This game deserves to be on a shelf. I love the art book and the holographic cover and the Genesis art, and I love the new tweaks. Not really for what they add to this game, but because it shows me how many more ideas these guys have. They don't need to rely on callbacks or nostalgia to make a great game. They know how to not only remix what we already have, but also add to this simple gameplay style in unique and wonderful ways. A celebration of past and future is a good way of describing this game. And all that said, how great are those Sonic Mania adventure shorts? That final episode, oh my goodness. As a Metal Sonic fan, I was very happy. Nice touch with that Super Saiyan sound effect, by the way. I'm gonna do a deeper dive on the future of classic Sonic and actually all things Sonic, pretty soon here. There are some interesting things I think need to be discussed. And while I did spend a lot of my original Mania review comparing this to Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and I know there are some of you out there wondering if I've changed my stance on that, well, I didn't really want to use this video to take away from my enjoyment of Plus. I just wanted to run through quick and tell you how I felt. And afterwards, I'll do a deeper look. I still want to get my analysis of Sonic 3 and Knuckles and really Master Mania Plus and see if that rumored DLC actually comes to pass before I do anything else. That, and I still have dinosaurs on the brain, so you're just gonna have to deal with it.
Oh my god, dinosaurs are still awesome!
That's the basic premise for the sequel to Jurassic Park. Godzilla! Wait, no, sorry, just, they just look so much alike. How could you not mix these two up?
That's a lot of fish.
Let's try that again. The long-awaited sequel to Jurassic Park, The Lost World, nailed it. But just like that joke,
Where am I? I think it's tonight. I just wanna ride, get high in the moonlight. Are y'all hiring? Hello? Oh.
You're the assassin with no master.
Sega.
We're gonna do this my way. Quick and deadly.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Playtime's over. You think you're gonna walk away? I can do this all day. Defeat.
Another 24 hours. 72. That's crazy. Well, might as well try the other one. Same. Bummer. And that's a bummer. I was really looking forward to playing too. So I won't be able to play till Tuesday. Hey, at least patches will probably be out. We gonna hit. Well, then again. Nothing else to do.
The Lost World didn't quite make the landing.
The school cut you from the team?
Well, Dad, I can't seem to perform gymnastics without murdering something. So yes, they cut me from the team. To many, the sequel didn't hold up to the standards set up by its predecessor, and neither did its games. Now, unlike the first episode, where I showcased a whole bunch of games the entire way through, we're really going to only focus on one this time around. And don't worry, we will get to the rest, and certainly get to those spin-off games, but trust me when I tell you, they really deserve their own episodes. Now, every major console for the time had a version of Lost World, but today, we are going to focus on the PlayStation and Sega Saturn version. Like the movie itself, hype was through the roof for this game. This was for a few reasons. This would be our first 3D Jurassic Park game. Steven Spielberg was pretty hands-on with the production on top of directing the movie. There was this orchestra and, who cares? You get to play the T-Rex! This was all anybody was talking about leading up to the release of the game. And they certainly made it a huge selling point. I mean, it's on the back of the box. We have games like Ark now, but even in today's extensive gaming experiences, controlling the Tyrant Lizard King is still something of a rarity. And it certainly was back in 1997. People were ready to cause a ruckus and gobble down screaming human lives, never to see their loved ones ever again. Their last moments of existence surrounded on all sides by giant daggers of teeth, choking on hot, rotting breath as their fragile bones are crushed, with nothing left to be buried but the fecal matter of a long-dead monster. Sounds awesome, right? Well, too bad. You have to wait 30 freaking levels before you got the chance to do any of that. And unfortunately, the T-Rex had some of the worst levels in the game. But why'd you have to wait so long to get there? Well, as it turns out, the T-Rex was not the only playable character. You actually had a total of 5, which sounds fine, certainly, but you didn't exactly have a choice on who you got to play. You actually had to play through with 3 other characters and all of their levels just to get the chance to try out this dinky-armed monster. Plus, the game wasn't exactly easy. Level design wasn't top-notch, enemies would respawn, and you had no saves or checkpoints. On top of all that, the game was a side-scroller. I can't speak for anybody else at the time, but as a kid who didn't know any better, I was expecting free-roaming 3-dimensional movement, as this was all the rage at the time. This design choice was especially problematic for their own crown jewel, the playable Rex, who already had severely limited movement, especially compared to every other character you just got done playing. I mean, you play the raptor right before the big guy, and you could zip around stabbing fools like nobody's business. So throwing a big bulky T-Rex on a 2D plane was not exactly ideal. All that and the fact that we are not looking at this as a brand new game. That's something you're going to hear me talk about time and again with games on this show, especially from this particular era of gaming. You have to be willing to be somewhat open-minded when playing a PlayStation 1 game. Controls and graphics in this era were still very experimental, so now this game has time working against it as well. Unless you're someone like me and somewhat nostalgic for choppy, poorly rendered polygons, your eyes will have a hard time taking in a lot of the games from this age. So, knowing all this, is there any good to be found? Well, yes, quite a bit actually. Let's jump in from the beginning. Playing this game now, we do have a couple of things to our advantage. We can temper expectations, come in with some patience, and if you don't have the desire to rush straight to the Rex, this will help you immensely. And if you really need to get that fixed, well, passcodes exist. Also, depending on what version you're playing, you're going to get one of 2 things. The normal game starts you off with the green little compy, but if you're playing with the special edition greatest hits version of the game, you start off with the Rex. We'll get more into this version in a little bit, but right now let's focus on the compy. The opening for the first dinosaur, while low quality, still looks pretty cool, and you get these neat little openings for every single character. I've always loved using the fossil as your first introduction to the character, the first being, like we said, the green little Compsognathus. This character was often considered something of an annoyance, just another roadblock between you and the cooler characters. But here at the beginning, I'd argue we're introduced to some of the very best elements of the game. The compy has a wide array of animations and controls, and it's a lot of fun figuring out what each button does. Some of these feel completely pointless. I mean, what's he even doing there? But I love the attention to detail. It makes the little dude feel more alive. Even all these years later, this still looks pretty impressive, and it's just so damn cute. Look at it ripping the throat out of this stupid fool. Oh. The compy feels fast and fluid, and the eating mechanics to regain health are just awesome. I actually enjoy playing this character a lot more now than I ever did as a kid. There was a time when I thought these levels seemed poorly designed, but honestly they don't seem so bad these days. They are less than perfect, I'm not saying they are. The lack of checkpoints in the original version of this game are annoying at first, yes, but all these years later, I did not have nearly as many hardships getting from point A to point B. And these levels aren't exactly long either, lasting only a couple of minutes for the most part, and none of them are dull. The compy's levels have a vast array of challenges from one to the next. Basic platforming in one, dodging the feet of a Brachiosaurus in the other, swimming among aquatic predators, being chased down by a Carnotaurus, sneaking past a Deinonychus, dodging missiles from the hunter. There's a crazy amount of variety in just this one character, and his scale compared to the rest of the world makes you really appreciate the dangers. It makes them all a little more satisfying as they later become a little more than appetizers as you move up the food chain. I was on the edge of my seat with each and every one of these early levels, and what were once an annoying chore is now one of my favorite parts of this game. I also find it pretty cool that you have to outmaneuver the hunter as a boss before you're allowed to play him. The shift from one playable character to the next is somewhat jarring, and I must admit I immediately missed the little dinosaur once we parted ways. I would have happily played a full game with the compy alone, but the hunter is still a fun romp on his own. Definitely a weaker portion of the game for me, and it can be somewhat frustrating until you get the hang of the grappler and the weapons. All the same, this game plays much better than I remember, and it's still satisfying to blast through some of these creatures that were impossible to kill just a few levels prior. The hunter is fine, but I'd be lying to you if I said I cared all that much compared to what comes next. Same as today, as when I was a kid, I was most excited to take control of these sickle claws and get back to using humans as scratching poles. I remember being a kid, putting down the Genesis version of Jurassic Park, worried I would never get a chance to play Raptor ever again. Thankfully, Lost World has some awesome Raptor levels, and just like the compy, they get a little too detailed with the controls and animation. It's just, look at that, why did they include this? The poor guy's already dead. Yes, I do like the variety of the compy much more these days, and yes, the Raptor is basically the compy with some slight tweaks, and yes, this is hardly the first time Jurassic Park games let you take control of the Predator that was made so popular by this franchise. I get that, but I still don't care. The Raptor feels amazing. All the mechanics of the wee little compy, except now you can dish it out on people and Deinonychus, who are basically smaller Velociraptors, even though the real-life Velociraptors were much smaller in comparison, and you're basically playing a small Utah Raptor. But Velociraptor is a cool name, and who cares? Let's go foot-stab some people. The Raptor stages feature the indoors and then spending the rest of your time in a burning forest. I would have liked a little more to look at, but oh well. I really appreciate how every single character has their own theme. The Raptor also has one of the only bosses in the game, which admittingly is an absolute pain until you get the hang of it, because the game really doesn't tell you how to win. Once you figure it out, it takes mere minutes. And once you dispatch your enemy, the ground begins to shake, announcing the arrival of what everybody's been waiting for. Finally, we've come to the T-Rex. And yeah, he does kind of suck. It basically plays like a tank version of the Raptor and compy. The lack of mobility, while understandable, is immediately felt, especially in such an enclosed environment. While the Rex can take more damage, you're also a bigger target. Raptors on all sides, lava, Stegosaurus, and Triceratops, they're all a bit of a pain, and you're going to be dying a bunch as the Rex. For a while, you're going to be frustrated, but once you get the hang of things, you will feel powerful. You will feel unleashed, unburdened from all the challenges that led up to this point. But for a while, yes, you're going to feel completely restricted, attacked from all sides, too big to dodge hazards, and not even really a match for the enemies that only the Rex can face. I was constantly backtracking to munch on other animals just to face the Stegosaurus, and the Triceratops was an absolute nightmare. All that said, it's still a lot of fun to throw around raptors and people alike. Feels great defeating a challenging enemy or wrecking base camps. It's far from perfect, but it still can be a lot of fun. It's just a shame that you couldn't appreciate the terror of the Rex from a prey's perspective. Yeah, you never run into the T-Rex as an enemy leading up to this point. Well, that's where our final character comes in. Sarah Harding is the only human movie character in this game, and she's only here a few levels. Plays a lot like the Hunter, except now you have to deal with oh dear. And yes, these levels are very stressful. Jumping into Sarah's levels made me understand and appreciate the Hunter, which felt very out of place compared to the dinosaurs. Here, Sarah is basically running for her life, right up until the final showdown where you have to face two Rexes at once. But thanks to understanding the Hunter's mechanics, once I had a few frustrating deaths out of the way, I got the hang of these last few levels and felt bolstered to complete it thanks to this booming orchestra playing in the background. And yeah, that's a major strong suit of this game as well. The music is still some of the best I've ever heard in any game. The game's composer, and I'm sorry if I'm butchering this name, Michael Giacchino, created a masterful soundtrack. This would be his first major composition for any project, and Steven Spielberg was so impressed with the music, he put a proper orchestra into the project. Giacchino would end up scoring Medal of Honor right after this. Then Warpath, a Jurassic Park fighting game, and yes, that will get its own episode, and a whole bunch of other projects including games, shows, and movies. In fact, he was brought back onto the franchise as he scored Jurassic World, a a fantastic composer with a great track record. But back to the music specifically made for this game. Every character has a theme that fits perfectly to their personality and playstyle. The compy, light and mischievous. The hunter, well, somewhat militant and, alright, a little bland, but still consistent for the character. The Velociraptor, dangerous and cunning. The T-Rex, terrifying and powerful. And Sarah's is just, well, almost heroic to a cheesy level. By the time you get to her levels, the music is practically telling you that you're almost there, just a little bit farther and you have conquered this harrowing challenge.
Like, he's just running away, bro. That's all he's doing. See what I mean?
Despite the flaws, there
Bro,
was
get
very
the fuck out of
clearly
my
a
computer.
genuine effort put into this game. This wasn't a rushed licensed product all too common to come out alongside movies. And you also have to give them props for going back to the game with the greatest hits version to fix some of the flaws. When a PlayStation game hits a particular amount of sales, they would reprint it as a greatest hits title. Normally, it's the exact same game, only difference being less art on the disc and an ugly neon green band instead of the normal black. For Lost World's team, they took the opportunity to go back and tweak a few things. The life bar was extended, checkpoints were added, and a quick level featuring the original Rexy kicked things off, just so you wouldn't have to wait so long to try it out. Genuine care and effort was put into this project, and it shows. And if you wanted a little extra challenge, you could collect DNA strands in every level. And what did this unlock if you managed to collect every single one in every single level?
I mean, technically you can. It's freedom of speech. Go for it.
It's on. Hello. If you can hear me, congratulations. Way to go. Way to go. You made it through. You made it through.
Oop.
Dr. Omelet has taken over the world. Go get it back. I could lambast the sorry attempt at a darker tone, point out how ridiculous it is to have all these rainbow animals talk about coping with death and survival, because really it is quite silly, but my actual problem is the missed potential. So I'm gonna have to go full Sonic dork here, so bear with me. Bear with me, because you can actually be a bear in the character creator. Oh my god. This is not the first time we've seen Eggman take over the world in this franchise. Way back in the day, us American kids were treated to the Sonic Saturday morning cartoon. In this show, Robotnik had taken over Mobius, the name of Sonic's planet. A massive amount of the world had been turned into a dreary industrial wasteland. The citizens having been roboticized, which is a method of exactly what it sounds like, turning organic beings into robotic slaves, a terrifying twist on using animals as a power source from the games, and a clever way to avoid mass genocide of fuzzy animal people in a kids show. Sonic was part of a ragtag group called the Freedom Fighters, the last line of defense between Robotnik and his complete rule over Mobius. The show ended after only a couple of seasons, but would spiritually continue on in the Archie Sonic comic series, which lasted all the way up until late 2016. It wasn't great at first, but over the years, thanks to clever writing, they managed to bring in a brilliant mix of the best ideas from the American side of Sonic's history with the more game-centered designs from Japan. So now, at the end of 2017, the longest-running comic based in video games is finally dead, as well as the fantastic characters and plots created for American fans. And what have the games incorporated from such a storied history? Chili dogs. I mean, that sounds like a terrible choice of food to pick up right after a run, but I'm sure his metabolism can handle it. Are you serious, Sonic Team? Are you serious? You can reference this, and this, but you guys couldn't bring nothing, nothing from the show or comics? This would have been so easy. You have all the rights to all these characters, and you couldn't even give a name to a stupid world. And oh my god, this level select is a mess. I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm being super biased here, but this game...
Go for it, bro. Like, bro, come on now. Like, you're bad at the game unless you know you're cheating. It's kind of gross. It's like every fight's like that at this point. Should be able to watch a video and, you know, enjoy a nice video game on the side. But it's in every game I play, you know? It's obnoxious. Oop.
Game's world is so bland. It has no identity. Literally none. They don't even have the guts to call it Earth, let alone Mobius. And all these generic placeholder soldiers could have easily been the freedom fighters. We are told the stakes are high. We are told things are dire. And I would probably care if this was the third act to a much longer game leading up to this point, or like the third game in a trilogy. Even with everything on fire, Eggman never actually feels like a threat. You just jump from one thing to the next until the game unceremoniously ends. There's even a point where Infinite Sins are...
Yeah, screw it.
The stone cutter changes everything. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's OP, bro. Why is there a gold? Is that a hay bale? Looks like a gold block.
Oh, I'm finally close to his base now.
Why did someone put a...
See how they
gold
talk?
block
Like,
underneath?
bro, in everything, and they have live streams waiting for me. Stonecutter indeed. All right. There she go. Now I can be quiet, right? It's disgusting. It's irritating.
It's a block of butter.
Indeed it is. Come get a piece. And now they're quiet. Ooh, nice.
Actually, I really like the appearance of Puff for what I'm doing.
What? Whose base is this?
I have no idea. I just looked at your screen real quick. I have absolutely no idea.
Might be Preston's. He's telling me about he's planting a metric ton of wheat.
Checks out.
Time to raid his loot. Whoa, alright, okay. Holy. He has 22 iron.
You have
Need
5
that.
likes and 1 dislike. And the game's cheating already. I'm just saying, bro.
I hope that Cody has a fireplace near here. I gotta regen. I might like one heart.
This is tough break, yeah.
This changes everything.
Okay,
You
thank
can
God.
put a sapling in a flower pot. This changes everything. I can have bonsais. Oh my god.
See, if it don't matter, then why they bring it up?
Big.
So I'm just trying to figure out. Ooh, I felt a bump. Hi, guys.
If I get the chance, I'm probably gonna build like a little passageway. It's like the church.
A passageway, huh?
Be sick. Why are you making it sound like it won't?
A way to pass.
Yeah, like an underground passage.
I, for one, can't wait. Skylar's just a pooper.
Nick, for one, can't wait.
Oh, I can't.
Well. Blum, 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 blum. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. Why so many skellies? Don't shoot me. Whoa. These guys are really out here, though. Oh. Oh, this guy's an idiot. Oh. Whose base is this? This must be Caro, because she has wind charges in here.
Just what?
Wind charges. Yep, Caro's base of champions. Don't judge, homie. I gotta leave a sign.
I always like how chill Caro is.
Do you have any signs?
Alright, Skylar, I'm going to give you 18 diamond for letting me use this pickaxe.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy. That's, I mean, that stonks, bro.
That's a good value, bruh.
Stocks.
See what I mean? No, just
put him in the super very good chest.
Okay.
Ultra super good. Something like that.
Super valuable.
Her base isn't even a base yet. It's just chests.
Skylar, you're just a hater, bro.
That's where I shoot.
Well, I've already found 2 bases, bro. In the ocean.
The father.
L'océan.
See.
I hate traveling in the night. They don't. They don't. They don't want to see me in the nighttime. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. Ain't nobody ever gonna find your base? Well, yeah, if it's not like easily visible from the surface, then I ain't gonna find it, brother. Not gonna stay hidden. Alright? crap, it's a zombie.
I'm not even gonna ask what this is, Cody.
It's a hole in a hill. Yep, I ain't finding that, bro. Maybe I'll just map out the 4 chunks around spawn, and then I'll just keep expanding the map outward from there, and we'll get a crazy, dope world map.
That'd be cool.
Armor trim. I need that. Oh yeah, I gotta trim my netherite armor now. What the hell? Now I'm fully swagged out. I gotta look up which trims are the coolest though, or which trims is the hardest to get, and just. Oh, you know, I should probably bring a brush with me in case I come across any like sus gravel or sus sand.
He's using the sussy.
Who's by my house?
It's a wolf.
I'm right here.
Oh, okay.
You know, there's like wolves this like big dangerous? thing like underneath
Hit
that
'em.
like structure.
I have to pause my video. What did you say?
There's like this like huge like underneath structure that I like dug into when I was trying to get to your like cave.
Oh yeah, well there's a massive like staircase over here.
What's up, Crinkle? Just gaming.
Oh, this is so sick! Oh my god, I'm a genius.
Wait, where'd you go?